Alright, hello everyone, and welcome back to Phoenix Wright Investigations. Last time we played this, about a month ago, we finished off, what was it, case number 3, I think? Yeah, case number 3 in the amusement park, which turned out to be quite the interesting murder. Got to meet a few new characters, but I think today we're apparently heading back to the past with another flashback, which I guess I would say it's a running theme, but I think we've only ever had... This is now only the second time we've had it. No, third. Technically third. I think the second game also had a sort of flashback section similar to this. Oh, this text is on Mac. Well, shit. Okay. I'm not reading that then. So I remember vaguely what happened at the end. I guess there was like a piece of cloth. I don't quite remember all the details of the ending. Oh shit, we actually get to see the courtroom. So 7 years ago, which would put this, what, 4 years before Phoenix Wright 1, I think? This also on Mac? It is. Oh, okay. This is that about the thief. Yeah, so we met the girl who claims to be said thief, but I mean... Let's be real, that's not possible. This is weird because there's no animation. Why is this just still images? It's like really throwing me off. It feels like fake. Okay, well there's an animation, but it feels like fake Phoenix Wright. Oh, he's calling the prosecutor the thief. Okay. Yeah, there's no way I'm going to try and read this. I'm just following along here. That's weird. The defendant is the one accusing the prosecutor, not the lawyer. I'm guessing we're going to get to meet this prosecutor. Oh. Wait, Mr. Faraday. Why does that sound familiar? Was that someone we met already? That wasn't the athletic lawyer guy, was he? I forget his name. Maybe it was. Can we, like, check the profiles of everyone? I guess I'd have to probably quit out the game entirely for that. I've never seen the courtroom from this angle before. Oh hey, it's that outfit that he used to wear. It's almost time for me to enter the courtroom. And so it is that my first assignment as prosecutor will be as a replacement for a prosecutor who has been accused by the defendant. So this is his first case. That's why the Yatagarasu is so important to him. Oh, and there he is. That fucker himself. Sir. Have you read over all the documents regarding this trial? Yes, sir. I've memorized everything there is to know. Very good. The paperwork for this prosecutor substitution is just about complete. Edgeworth, always bear in mind that as your mentor, I, Manfred von Karma, will accept nothing short of perfection. I understand, sir. To have the chance to stand in court at such an early stage of my career, I am honored and proud. As I have watched over your studies, I am giving you this very rare chance. Prove yourself. Crush the defendant's pathetic lies into oblivion. Yes, sir. How's that shoulder there, Manfred? Doing okay? Such a legendary prosecutor will be watching and judging my performance. I have to be perfect in every way. Oh, we get to move around here. I wonder if we actually get to do the trial? I feel like we probably wouldn't, because this game so far hasn't been about the trials at all. Model of the courthouse. It's pretty well constructed. Hands in the face. Don't tell me this thing transforms. But I wonder what other purpose they could have been made. Oh, don't tell me this game ends in a mech battle between, like, the courthouse and, I don't know, the prosecution office or something. Today's trial should have ended in just 1 minute. Because the defendant was picked up by the security camera, correct? Exactly. The killer had the gall to say that he only killed because he was instructed to do so. Even more outrageous is that his claim in that the case prosecutor, Byrne Faraday, gave the order. Faraday is such a fool. He's been cornered by his very own prey. Sir, are you acquaintance of Mr. Byrne Faraday? He is a pathetic man who speaks nothing but nonsense. Nonsense? He once tried to explain to me a way of punishing those who cannot be brought to court. Those who cannot be brought to court? That is nonsense, for no man is above the law. Well, there are always a few exceptions. However, there is no reason to even deal with such individuals. A prosecutor is a guardian of the court, one with no obligation to outside matters. Thus there's no reason to deal with such individuals, I see. Edgeworth, disgracing yourself as Faraday has will not be forgiven. Have no fear. I will not let you down, sir. In place of the accused prosecutor Byrne Faraday, I'll prove the defendant's guilt. Very good. I've secured an hour of recess for you to prepare to do just that. Show them all the power of Von Karma. So, have you achieved a firm understanding of the case? Yes, sir. I've memorized everything that is written down in the case files. Well then, explain the case to me. Oh, I wasn't expecting to be tested. I want to see if you really know what you are talking about. Understood. A murder was committed on September 8th in front of the Kodopian Embassy. The victim, Mr. Dead Man, was a staff member at the embassy. That is a very unfortunate name. Imagine being called that your entire life, and then finally dying. The defendant in this case, Mr. Mac Rell, was held for questioning the night of the incident as he was deemed suspicious. He was quickly placed under arrest for possession of the murder weapon, a gun. Furthermore, at the time of the murder, the great thief Yatagarasu had successfully infiltrated the Kodopian embassy as well. At first, Rell claimed that he himself was the Yatagarasu, but that did not kill Dead Man. They did not kill Dead Man. I wonder what he expected to gain from such a desperate lie. It's possible that he wants to go down well in the spotlight, if he is found guilty. There truly is no limit to people's inanity. But I digress. Continue, Edgeworth. Yes, sir. During the trial, the prosecution presented the security footage that captured the murder. The footage clearly showed Mr. Rell as the murderer. The act of Mr. Rell firing the gun could be clearly seen from the visitor's gallery. Upon seeing that, the defendant retracted his statement and admitted to the murder. Did it because I was told to, by the real Yatagarasu Byrne Faraday. That sounds about right. However, you've forgotten one thing. While this may appear to be simply the murder of a Kodopian embassy staff member, people are actually referring to it as the second KG-8 incident. The second KG-8 incident. I'm very sorry, sir. I fear I failed to study hard enough. Well, even among the police, it's information that only a select few are privy to. Would you please enlighten me, sir? Sir, what do you mean by the second KG-8 incident? In order for me to tell you that, you must first learn about the original case. Take a look at these documents. This is a 3-year-old newspaper. Reference materials regarding the KG-8 incident. You have heard of the Amano Group's scandal before, correct? Yes, I have. The secretary of Ernest Amano, the Amano Group's director, was arrested, under suspicion of smuggling. Correct. Ceci Yu was an employee of the Amano Group, and the sole witness to the smuggling operation. It was she who brought the crime to light. However, Miss Yu was silenced before she could testify in court. Wasn't a Kodopian embassy staff member arrested for the murder? Yes. A Kodopian by the name of Manny Kochin was the suspect. However, due to a lack of evidence, the case went unresolved. Lack of evidence? If only I was in charge of the case. I would have done everything in my power to prove his guilt. To make sure that all criminals are found guilty, my mentor really is dedicated. Yeah, dedicated to cheating. Faraday was the prosecutor on the case then, and he was as pathetic as ever. Mr. Faraday was in charge of the KG-8 incidents as well? That's right. And now, once again, the victim of the case you are currently assigned to was someone who was scheduled to testify against that smuggling organization. Just like last time, the victim was murdered right before he was to testify. You're catching on. The victim was murdered just before his day in court against the smuggling organization. Events are occurring almost exactly the same way as they did in the KG-8 incident. So that's why it's being called the second KG-8 incident? Yes. Yeah, there is one difference between the two incidents. What would that be? The so-called noble thief that is sending everyone into an uproar. The great thief Yatagarasu. Yatagarasu? I better find out more. If it is true that the Yatagarasu showed up at the Kadopian embassy, what could he or she have been after? No doubt to steal any suspicious accounting records and release them publicly. Or more likely to steal secrets from the Kadopian embassy itself, since the item that the Yatagarasu stole from there was sent to the police. What was it that the Yatagarasu sent to the police? I don't know the details. Anything related to the Yatagarasu is getting the top secret treatment. Still, I find it very ironic. By returning the stolen item to the police, it was proof positive that the Yatagarasu had infiltrated the embassy on the same day the staff member was killed. Criminals have a way of incriminating themselves, wouldn't you say? I mean, that's kind of why they're criminals. You don't become a criminal because of someone else's actions. That's not how that works. That would have to be the first time the Yatagarasu has ever left evidence behind, correct? Yes, indeed. If you wish to learn more about the Yatagarasu, then I suggest you ask Faraday. Mr. Faraday? He happens to be the prosecutor in charge of the Yatagarasu case as well. He's the prosecutor in charge of both the KG-8 incident and the Yatagarasu case. Mr. Faraday really has a lot on his plate. What is it, little girl?
You're scary, mister.
Did you need something?
I wanted to trade these coins with you.
Ah yes, cold hard American cash in this very American country. Fistful of dimes, quarters, and pennies. But it looks like you've got exactly $1. Is this what you want?
Thanks. That's exactly what I needed.
What a random thing to do. Like, you just run up to some random stranger. Like, you don't even ask if they have $1 to exchange. You're just like, can you exchange these for me? Like, what does Edgeworth look like to you? Currency exchange? That's down the hall. That child be here to watch the trial? How disrespectful for a child like that to be running around inside the courthouse. Does no one have respect for this country's judicial system anymore? I thought that was a gunshot. That would have been kind of fucked up. The paperwork for the prosecutor's substitution is complete. Why, you? Do you even know how much time there is left before the trial resumes? I'm so sorry. I could have you mopping up this courthouse instead of protecting it in an instant. It's no bother, sir. Not being completely prepared could prove to be a perfect handicap for me. A proud one you are. You had better collect the evidence from Faraday and prepare yourself. It is time for your debut, Edgeworth. Oh, I wanted to explore the room. That was a mistake. I shouldn't have talked to him first. Oh well. I guess we are doing the court stuff. Or this is just one really long cutscene. See, this is what I thought this game was going to be more like. I thought it was going to be like Phoenix Wright, except we're on the other side of the room. Just what is going on? Why isn't Faraday here yet? How is it possible that the defense is not prepared yet either? Bailiff, where is Mr. Faraday? I'm not sure. He wasn't really paying attention. I've never seen the judge's legs! What the fuck? This is cursed. He actually has legs.
Ah, you must be the one Mr. Von Karma recommended. I hear this will be your first trial. I look forward to seeing how you perform. Oh, by the way, there was someone celebrating a birthday during... Was there someone celebrating a birthday during the recess? I could have sworn that I heard a popper going off. Come to think of it, the other day with my grandson. Sir, it looks like the trial is about to resume. However, yes, it will be all but impossible to prove the witness a liar. Without evidence from Faraday. What is that blasted buffoon up to? Silence! There should be no yelling in the sacred hall of law. Bailiff, remove that man from this courtroom at once. Please, wait. You have to listen to me. There's an emergency. Defendant lobby number 2, Mr. Faraday and the defendant. The two of them, they're both dead, Your Honor.
Well, now how are we gonna solve this case? Shouldn't Manfred be in jail? Not 7 years ago he shouldn't be. Who's this guy?
Stay back.
Are those ants coming out of the window? What the fuck?
No one's allowed in the crime scene. Period.
Just who does this oddball think he is? It's becoming quite the hotspot. Isn't she Mr. Rail's defense attorney?
Hey, you! No running in the hallway, pal.
And who are you to tell me what to do? I'll never find out what's going on like this. It's time for some civil discourse. And you are?
Who, me? Hey, pal. It's common courtesy to tell someone your first name before asking theirs.
Point taken. My name is Miles Edgeworth. I am a district prosecutor.
A prosecutor? I've never seen a prosecutor as young as you, pal.
I've told you my name, now would you mind telling me yours?
Detective Dick Gumshoe. And just recently I achieved my dream of becoming a detective. Yeah, more than a dream, it's what I was born to do. Wait. Maybe I should check and make sure I'm not really in some crazy dream fest.
This detective is entirely too excited to be at a murder scene. Was the popper a gunshot? That's what I'm thinking. You know, that bailiff from earlier, he slammed the door pretty hard. I wonder if that actually wasn't the door, and perhaps was the very gunshot that we're now going to investigate. So, Detective Gumshoe, would you mind telling me what you know about the incident?
You know that I don't have time to tell you anything, right?
I know that, but it would behoove you to fill me in on what you know.
Well, you're a proud one for such a youngster, aren't you? Well, anyway, Detective Bad is the one in charge. So you're just gonna have to ask him for all the details, okay? As for me, I was guarding the door to defendant lobby number 2.
So you were on guard detail. Did you notice anything strange while you were on duty?
Well, I freaked out when I heard a gunshot, and then I kinda froze.
Your detective and a measly gunshot scared you that much? Then again, I can hardly claim to know what it's like to hear one at close range. To not know what it's like to hear one at close range.
Then Detective Bad came running onto the scene. We went to lobby number 2 together and both men were lying there, dead. Is that everything? Yeah, that's it. I was in the hallway the whole time, but I didn't hear a single peep of a struggle. Interesting. Other than the gunshot, he didn't hear a single sound of commotion. Okay. So someone came in from the other way? Maybe they came in from the courtroom side? Because we know defendant lobby number 2 quite well. Excuse me, but who are you? Detective Tyro Bad. Homicide. I was informed of the situation and came as quickly as possible. So how did you arrive and inspect the body before me? They requested for me to testify in the trial. Plain and simple. Mr. Faraday requested that you be here. Wonder if we'll see Nick here. So 7 years ago... No, probably not, because Phoenix Wright 1 took place only 3 years before this game, if I remember correctly. Like, I think Phoenix Wright 1 is 2015, and this game is like 2018, 2019. So 7 years ago before that would be like 2011, 2012. So Nick would definitely not be here for this one. That'd be cool if he showed up at some point, but I don't think this will be the one where he does, unfortunately. I've already contacted HQ about the situation. I've got nothing to say to you, kid. I like his coat. Looks like he's been in quite a few confrontations, we'll say. Kid, I'm Mr. Faraday's substitute in today's trial. Therefore, I insisted you update me on the situation. I can't back down here. I have a right to know. Do I need to teach you a thing or two about how to talk to adults, kid? Is he threatening me? Is he going for his gun? Oh, it's just a mirror. It's just a mirror. How dare you trick me like that? Faraday was stabbed to death with some kind of blade, and he had a gun in his hand. The other man, Mr. Mackrell, was shot and killed. He was found holding a bloody knife in his hand. Was there anyone else who went into defendant lobby number 2? Yeah, that big lug over there. His name's Gumshoe. He was in charge of guarding the place. He's claiming that no one else entered the room. If that's the case, then they must have killed each other, correct? Maybe. Such impudence. This guy is really testing my patience. Why was I not informed that you were going to testify in court? Homicides aren't my only gig. The Yatagarasu case is also one of my assignments. So you're called upon to comment on the Yatagarasu's characteristics, in order to assess if Mr. Faraday really was the Yatagarasu or not. Well, well. Looks like you might just have a brain after all in that head of yours, son. Son? I'm not your son, Pops. Couple of hard-boiled detectives and whoever this chick is. Do you have a minute? You know, I'm not really into talking to people I don't know. Especially at a time like this. Ah, I apologize for not introducing myself before bothering you. My name is Miles Edgeworth. I was to take Mr. Faraday's place in court. Edgeworth, huh? Never heard of you. So Faraday's substitute's a newbie, huh? I'll have you know, madame, that I studied under Manfred von Karma. You know who we could have met in this case, though? Although clearly we're not, because we see the defendant now. But Mia could have actually been here. The time frame would have been almost correct, so that would have been possible. Do not take me for some naive novice. Do not take me for some naive novice. So you're a student von Karma. I should have. Those clothes are a dead giveaway. Stop right there. These are the garments of one who gallantly presents the facts. Thanks for the great laugh, but try not to make me laugh too so much, okay? I wasn't trying to do anything of the sort. Just kidding. I was just goofing around. By the way, do you know who I am? My name is Callisto Yu. And if you're telling the truth, then we were about to go head-to-head in court.
Ah, but of course. I've heard much about you, Miss Yu.
But of course, I've heard much about you. You're regular Shakespeare.
Did I say something funny? I'd like you to update me on the situation.
I don't really know anything. Why don't you try talking to those detectives over there?
If that's the case, then why are you here? What's so funny?
It's just the way you speak is so tactless. The person I was going to against in court, until only a little while ago, was just murdered. It's not like I could go back to the courtroom pretending as though nothing happened.
That's a good point. I apologize for asking such an insensitive question.
It's fine. Don't worry about it.
Holy shit, how tiny is that guy? Like, the bailiff is like half of Gumshoe's height. Miss Yu! There's someone here who wishes to see you.
Who is it?
A Cadopian embassy member by the name of Manny Kochin. Is he reaching for his gun? What's going on? Detective Bad and Miss Yu's moods just changed all of a sudden. Wait a second, wasn't Manny Kochin?
I'll be right there.
It's nice to see you again, Miss Yu.
Why are you here? I've no desire to ever see you again.
Now. Actually, would you mind stepping outside for a brief chat?
Fine, let's go.
Bad. Von Karma, it's been a long time. I knew you would show up. You usually do when the Yatagarasu is involved, and I see no exception. See this case as no exception. Do you know Detective Bad, sir? Yes, he's like an old bloodhound that never leaves the scene of a crime. If only he would get a promotion and move on.
The crime scene where a detective is most useful and effective.
It's not like I don't know that. Moving on though, Bad. The man I just passed by. Was he not the suspect from the KG-8 incident? He was right. Just what is that man doing wandering around here? That Faraday. I can't believe he let such an easy catch go away. Imbecile! I would have proved his guilt in 3 minutes.
Von Karma, I think you've said enough for now. It's in poor taste to speak like that about the departed.
Very well. Back on topic. I'm placing Edgeworth in charge of the investigation here.
Hey, save that for the courtroom. Papa, how can you place him in charge?
Franziska, what are you doing here?
I'm here for summer vacation. What else?
Franziska von Karma. So she is here on vacation from Germany. She is the daughter of Manfred von Karma and a student of his, who's also junior to me.
You're the one who's junior to me, and don't you forget it.
Not conveniently avoiding the bar examination, are you?
If you were able to pass, then I'll have absolutely no trouble at all. I'll never allow myself to lose to you. Never.
Why does she always have to be this competitive?
Anyway, Papa, are you really assigning Miles Edgeworth to cover the case?
Yes, I am. Why do you ask?
Well, you know, I'm close to becoming a prosecutor myself. And I am 100% confident that I can do a better job than him.
That's just like Franziska. She has no problem bad-mouthing someone right in front of them. Bad.
Yeah?
These two will be conducting the investigation.
What? You want me to let both these kids loose on the crime scene?
This is a perfect opportunity for them to work on their prosecutorial skills.
crime scene is not a place for children to be messing around in. I'm the one with the authority over this crime scene, Bad. And I will not tolerate complaining. Edgeworth, Franziska, I leave this case to the two of you. Understood, sir. Yes, Papa. I'll go take care of the paperwork now. Remember, I'll accept nothing but a perfect report from the both of you. Do not disappoint me. So what happened in the 7 years that like caused her to start dressing the way she did? Like, I think if anything stuck out here, it's the fact that she's wearing pants and doesn't have a whip. Like, what happened? Did Manfred allow this? Yes, Edgeworth. It's been quite some time, Franziska. This would be a perfect chance for us to see which of us is truly worthy of the Von Karma name. Would it kill you to at least say hello? Long time no see. Very good. Just because you became a prosecutor first doesn't mean you can act all proud. She hasn't changed a bit. Miles Edgeworth. As I was saying, we shall see which one of us is worthy of the Von Karma name. For crying out loud, I've been reduced to a babysitter. It looks like Mr. Von Karma was successful in convincing the detective. That's just like him. He never fails. Now, I'd appreciate it if you could quickly run me through the facts, Detective Bad. You're better off checking things out on your own. Very well. Seems like getting help from Detective Bad will be a most arduous task. I wanted to click on the ants. I need to stop talking to people. Apparently that's causing things to advance a little too quickly. Why is, like, stream just being absolute shit? It was fine the last couple of days. I thought we were past this stuff. Oh well. Guess that's just how it'd be. Well, we'll see what happens. I'm just gonna let it play out. This is a slower paced game, so I'm sure it's okay. Jeez, get a room, you two. Oh wait, you did. Is that the only explanation? Is the only explanation that they killed each other simultaneously? Mrs. Edgeworth, you should listen to someone until they are finished talking. What are you talking about? I'll only say it one more time. This is a competition to see who is truly worthy of the Von Karma name. A competition? The person who figures out the truth first wins. So the person who doesn't discover the truth is a dishonor to the name. Exactly. I don't care that you became a prosecutor before me. I simply refuse to hear any more foolish things coming from your foolishly foolish mouth. Fine. Whatever makes you happy. Can I take that as you accept my challenge? Once again, whatever makes you happy. Huh. Well then, let us begin the investigation, shall we? I'm going to find the perfect evidence and prettily present it like the professional I am. Compete to discover the truth behind a crime. How delightfully childish. You kids, over here. Kid? Serves you right, Miles. He just called you a kid. I said kids, kid. How dare you call me a kid as well? How old is she here? Like 16, I think? I'll do as I please, and I won't allow you to cause a ruckus on my crime scene. Hey, big guy, you're going to watch over these two. Yes, sir. Detective Bad, sir. Now, do what I say from now on, kids, okay? You'd better not get in our way, Scruffy. You'll feel the bite of my whip if you do. Then you, prosecute the boy. Let's get your investigation started already, alright? Great. Now even that detective is treating me like a child. Alright, it's time to get investigating. Get a move on, prosecutor boy. My name is Miles Edgeworth. And if you were to call me prosecutor boy one more time, it will be my duty as a prosecutor to look into your monthly salary. Oh, so this is how it began. Does he even know if he can do that or not? Just throw around idle threats like that? How much of his time was spent studying law and how much of his time was studying to just threaten people for no reason and exert his dominance? What? And then what'd you do with my salary after you saw how much it was? That's up to you now, isn't it? Really? Sounds good, pal. He's so naive. He's gonna get Daddy Manfred to cut his salary. Detective Bad, may I have a word with you? What is it? It appears that both the knife and the gun were used as murder weapons. Yeah, it does. That leads us to our first question of the investigation. Where did the men acquire the weapons? The gun was inside of Faraday's bag. It was a piece of evidence that was presented in the trial earlier today. It was used to kill the Cadopian Embassy staff member. But I never heard anything about the knife. Mr. Rell was being held by the police. There's no way he could have brought it in. Which means it's possible that Faraday had the knife on him from the start as well. Could it have been a piece of evidence that had yet to be presented? But then why doesn't Detective Bad know about it? Wait, what if... It's possible that Mr. Faraday brought the knife in under the guise of prosecutorial evidence. He could have had then brought it out and attacked Mr. Rell with it. Huh. Maybe you've got a brain in there after all, kid. Is he going to treat me like a child forever? It looks like Mr. Faraday attacked Mr. Rell first, then counterattacked. That's the only logical conclusion you can draw from a scene like this. Not yet. I feel that's too early to be drawing conclusions already. I must first find conclusive evidence so as to protect the honor of Von Karma name. If Miles studied under Von Karma, probably 50-50? Yeah. How's okay, stream's looking better now. That's good. Hopefully it doesn't drop too much tonight. Jeez. Half the stream has already been forgotten, lost in the ether. Can't believe this. Alright, let's check the bag. What else has he got in here? There's some stuff in the bag, pal. I suppose this was Mr. Faraday's bag. It's probably the trial evidence I was supposed to collect from him. This is the evidence? I'd better not touch it. I'll leave prints on it. Do you just not pay attention to anything you do? Oh, we can't. I was hoping we could examine the bag, but that's okay. What's this? There's some plastic bags stuck on the table. There's a tea set too, but there doesn't seem to be any sign of a disturbance. Yeah, the table's all neat and tidy. Tea set and plastic bags on top of the table are completely undisturbed. Are those evidence bags? Maybe they were super quiet in the scuffle? After all, I didn't hear anything from out in the hallway, you know. Maybe the plastic bags scattered on the floor are throwing us off. It looks like this sofa is ready to be disposed of. So soft, I could sleep for all 25 hours of the day on this thing. If only I could dispose of him. 5 minutes after meeting this guy and he already hates him. Whoa! What is it, Detective Gumshoe? My TV at home is so tiny compared to this one, pal. Then perhaps you should purchase a more normal-sized television like this one. Ooh, let me see it. Wow, this thing is huge! Oh, it's touchscreen apparently too. That's pretty fancy. And way too noisy. You're the noisy one, Scruffy. Don't touch it. You'll get your fingerprints all over it. But I didn't touch it. Preservation of the crime scene is the foundation of detective work. Foundation, huh? Sounds like something the rookie here needs to show up on. The window is open and There's a fresh flowery scent in the air. Ugh, the flowers in the garden down there are so gross and ghastly. Do you think maybe you could try offering something useful for a change? Well, at least there's no way something went escape through this window, pal. They wouldn't wake up and smell the flowers after a fall from the 3rd floor. Are you willfully ignoring the fact that there are also iron bars on the windows? No human can climb through these barred windows. The scent of flowers is in the air. Why are the flowers important? Oh, I can't wait to see how that factors in. Yeah, I guess that is that too. Either way, no one can get through those windows, right? They thought of everything when they were designing this courthouse. Very nice. What part of the body do you think the window bars are when this thing transforms into its mech form? Why are there plastic bags scattered all around? Those bags are for keeping evidence safe, pal. I know that much, detective. You're so good at this stuff, aren't you, pal? Normally, I'd be happy when someone compliments me, but when it's this guy... Anyway, could these plastic bags be evidence of a fight between these two men? I can talk to Franziska. I see. Did you figure something out? This is a competition, Miles. And as such, I'd appreciate it if you didn't talk to me. As you wish. The TV has been left on. Why are you looking at me like that? It wasn't me. I didn't touch anything. Gumshoe, you know what will happen to you if you touch something again. Right? I won't touch anything. I won't even go anywhere near the TV, sir. And you, get back to the investigation, alright? I was planning to do so anyway. Detective Bad, do you have any thoughts on the case? Faraday and Well. Looks like they killed each other to me. Although, there are a few things that just don't seem right. And what would they be? Why don't you try thinking on your own first before you bother me, boy? Now I've been downgraded to just boy. Now who's getting the demotions? Okay. Well, I think we've... Oh no, there's something else here. Oh, the plant! I thought the couch and plant were all the same. This decorative plant's foliage is quite nice. It actually is soothing to be around. Perhaps I should purchase one for my room. Is that it? Oh, wait. I saw something. Hang on. I saw another magnet. Oh, there it is, yeah. The other body. It looks like Mr. Faraday fell on top of Mr. Rel. At first glance, it seems like they must have killed each other. However, using logic, the only logical conclusion is... Ah! What was that outburst for? A detective's instinct just hit me real hard. It was Mr. Rel that fell first, see? You don't need a detective's instinct for that. It's common sense. I suppose we won't know much more than that until after I examine the bodies. So if he fell first... So he's the one holding the gun, so I would think... Probably he was stabbed second. Like, my thought is maybe he discharged the gun, it shot him, and then he charged at him with a knife. And then they just, like, fell down because they were both dying at that point. Okay, well this seemed like the most obvious thing here. That's a lot of blood on this one bag. Why are there plastic bags scattered all around? Those bags are for keeping evidence safe, pal. I know that much, detective. You're so good at this stuff, aren't you, pal? Normally I'd be happy when someone compliments me, but when it's this guy... Anyway, could these plastic bags be evidence of a fight between the two men? That's weird that that was the exact same conversation we had a couple minutes ago. Looks like Mr. Faraday died while holding the gun in his right hand. So he shot Mr. Rel, then fell on top of him while still gripping on the gun. I guess that does seem kinda strange, huh? I mean, why would Mr. Faraday know how to fire a gun? It's not exactly rocket science. Even I know how to pull a trigger. Although I doubt I'll ever need to use one. I hope I never have to fire a gun. I hope I never have to fire a gun either, pal. But it sure does look cool to hold a gun in your hands. It appears that the police's screening procedures need a thorough review. Anyway, I should jot down some notes about the handgun in Mr. Faraday's hand. Was Faraday's evidence from embassy staff killing case? It was found in his hand. So is Gumshoe implying that this guy wouldn't know how to properly wield a gun? Because there is a lot more to it than just pressing a trigger. Looks like Mr. Vale died with a knife in his hand. Some kind of blood stuck on it. And he must have used this as a weapon. Yep, no doubt about it. Is Mr. Faraday carrying this on his personage? Did he bring this in as a piece of evidence for the trial? Or did he bring it in with a very different intention in mind? I should jot down some notes about it. I believe Faraday brought this as evidence. It was found in Rel's hand. Maybe he intended to kill Rel from the start, and the gun was just something else he had to think of on the spot because he took the knife and had the same idea. First he killed a Cadofian embassy staff member, then he was murdered himself. This guy wasn't exactly an angel, you know. Oh, what makes you say that? Well, he's been hauled into the precinct several times for theft and assault, pal. So yeah, he's definitely the type to have committed a murder too. Well, he did admit to killing Mr. Dead Man. Hey, good point, pal. I knew my detective's intuition was telling me something. Detective's intuition. Yep. Do you know about it? There's a special feeling in all detective... We don't have time for this conversation right now. Let us return to the investigation. His hand is all black down here, see? I wonder what it could be. If you look closely, his blotching pattern resembles an ink stain. Mr. Faraday has ink on his left hand. Why is there ink on such a place anyway? I mean, I know sometimes when I rest my hand on a piece of paper, if I just wrote on it, I've definitely had a few stains. It usually needs to be a really shitty pen, but it can happen. An ink stain? Yes, I usually get ink in my own hand when I use my feather pen. A feather pen? I've never seen one before. Gee, I'm just making it up, pal. Mr. Rel's cause of death was from being shot, correct? That's what we think, but it's hard to tell him when lying face down. Death is bad enough, but it's truly lamentable that someone would try to hide the truth. Are you sure they were trying to hide something? Can't confirm Mr. Rel's cause of death with his body positioned like that. Detective Bad, I'd like to examine the bodies in further detail if possible. What's this? You're not able to form a theory from the way they are? I believe an examination of the bodies is vital to finding the perfect evidence, don't you? I suppose you do have a point. Well, hurry up and get on with it. Abby. Yes, sir. We've taken enough photos of the scene, sir. And there you have it. Do you not approve? Of course not. What? Investigation of a crime scene is the work of a detective, so don't touch a thing. Hey, big fella, turn over the bodies for me, will ya? Okay. Please forgive me, Mr. Faraday, sir. Gumshoe, do not get emotionally involved. Remember, you're a detective. Yes, sir. Understood, sir. That looks like a pen cap. Maybe a pen exploded on his hand? Maybe from the gunshot or the stab? Oh, there's the stab wound. There's a knife wound in his chest here, see? I wonder if the wound matches the knife Mr. Rel is holding. Labby. Yes, sir. Verify now, sir. Make it quick. From the look of things, one could deduce that the knife Mr. Rel is holding is what killed Mr. Faraday. There's something in his breast pocket.
It's a fountain pen. Oh, that was a pocket. I didn't actually see like the line that made the pocket. I thought it was just like a cap that somehow was sitting on his chest. Yeah, looking back, that makes no sense because he was just turned over, but Mr. Faraday's pen has an especially nice nib. Of course Edgeworth would comment on something like that. Hey, you know, I always keep a pencil behind my ear. It's because Detective Band is always telling me you should always write your name on everything you own. Yes, somehow you do strike me as quite a forgetful individual. Mr. Faraday, how ironic it is for him to lose his life in a courthouse. Yeah, why'd it have to be like this? I don't know what to say. Can't believe this happened while I was on watch, pal. Rather than beating yourself up, you should spend your time continuing the investigation. Didn't you become a detective in order to solve crimes? Yeah. Then get back to work. Find out the cause of his murder. Wait, I'm on it, pal. Meanwhile, I'm the one doing all the detective work here, because both of these detectives can't be bothered. Mr. Faraday is holding a gun in his right hand. That's the one Mr. Vale got blown away by, right? Nabby, your answer. Yes, sir. We found that the ballistic markings do match that gun. Oh, ballistic markings of, are the figurative fingerprints a gun leaves on a bullet when fired. Every gun leaves its own unique ballistic markings. A better question, why was there a loaded gun as evidence? Like, wouldn't you unload the gun before taking it to a courtroom so that this very thing cannot happen? Like, what reason would you have to take a loaded gun into court to, like, demonstrate it in a trial? Therefore, by looking into markings on a bullet, you can tell which gun it came from. Yeah, that's it. Of course. I already knew all about that, pal. Maybe you'd be better off going back to the academy. Come on, sir. Cut me some slack, will ya? So the bullet that was fired from this gun is what felled Mr. Rell. Well, we know it's definitely the murder weapon, at least. Looks like Mr. Faraday was stabbed with this knife that Mr. Rell is holding. Ouch! What's wrong, detective? My stomach's starting to hurt just from thinking about being stabbed. Just keep your mind on the case, alright? Wrong one. I was trying to click on his chain. Oh, his chain's not even clickable. Well, never mind then. Shot in the chest. It takes some guts to fire a gun in the courthouse. I mean, I've been a detective for a whole week and I still haven't fired a single round yet. I wouldn't get too excited about that there, Gumshoe. There aren't many burn marks on his clothes, that must mean... Wait, burn marks? A round grows very hot as it's discharged from a firearm. Therefore, burn marks are usually left when a shot is fired from point-blank range. Ergo, Mr. Rell must have been shot from at least a yard or two away. See, that would make sense. That kind of fits my theory of, like, he shot him, and then he charged at him with the knife. But how he got the knife, I don't know. Maybe he stole it first, and then he decided to grab the gun, and... I mean, they were very quiet about it either way. You said to know a bunch of neat stuff for your age, pal. Apparently, this detective has as much common knowledge as your everyday marsupial. Let's now try to understand how the two men died. First, Mr. Faraday took the gun and the knife out from today's trial evidence. Then, he aimed the gun at Mr. Rell and fired. However, Mr. Rell managed to grab the knife and counter Mr. Faraday while being shot. Then the two men fell together where they stood. That is my theory, in any case. What a crazy way to go. Still, something about that explanation just doesn't seem right. I believe I now have a firmer grasp on what happened here. So we need to talk to... you then? No? Oh, okay, I guess we're doing... time to put the evidence together. Alright, so what do we have here? Well, we know that ink stain could probably have been caused by the pen. That seems like a safe conclusion. That splotch on Mr. Faraday's hand. I wonder if it might be the ink from his fountain pen. Oh, let's ask a lab guy. I mean, if it's a fountain pen, that would make perfect sense.
Detective Gumshoe, I confirm that the substance on Mr. Faraday's hand is the ink from his fountain pen. I see. Good work. You know, I've always wanted to say that, even if it was just one time in my life. Mr. Faraday wrote his fountain pen in his left hand. I think it's fair to assume he was left-handed. It appears that Mr. Faraday's pen is very important to our case as well. Wait. Oh yeah, I guess if it exploded on his left hand, then that kind of makes sense. Okay, if you say so, pal. I wonder if Detective Bad will be a bad guy. Oh, yeah, see... It probably is. Like, it's so on the nose, but that's exactly what this game would do. I mean, the original, like, trial that we were coming here to deal with was about a guy called Dead Man. His first name was Dead, and his last name was Man. Mr. Man. Man dead. And he was murdered. So you know what? Yeah, he probably is going to turn out to be evil. I guarantee it. Although I'm wondering when we're gonna get some lore about Faraday dealing with like electricity or something, because that name's also screaming to have some super obvious backstory to it. You know what? I feel like this would be a connection, just because of how contrasting they are, and the fact that there were bags on the table. There's a very tidy pile of plastic bags on the table, and yet a portion of them wound up scattered on the floor as well. It's not likely that the ones on the floor were knocked over during a struggle, in which case there might not be another explanation as to how they got there. Another reason. I believe it's possible that the blood on the outside of the bag is somehow related. Please get that blood away from me, pal. Detective Gumshoe. Whose blood is on this bag? Hold on. Let me ask the lab guy. Alright, please hurry. Quickly get a load of this, pal. It's Mr. Faraday's. Oh, and the technician said they didn't find anything else on or in the bag either. It would appear that this bag is a very important piece of evidence. Okay, if you say so. I'll leave it in your hands, pal. One of the bags strewn on the floor of lobby number 2 has Faraday's blood on it. I'm wondering if they were like on his person and then maybe blood spilled on it when he got stabbed. I guess there's not much else left to investigate, huh? They really did kill each other. No, we can't conclude that quite yet. There's still something I find very peculiar here. The theory that they simply killed one another is too simplistic in this case. In fact, there was actually a contradiction that shows that there is another possibility. No wait, pal. Really? I suppose I'll just have to show you the contradiction in this crime scene. I wonder if I might be able to tell what this is. I wonder if maybe it has something to do with where their wounds are located versus how they're holding their weapons. Because, like, his gun is in the right hand. Okay, actually, there's two things here. So his gun is in the right hand, and yet he writes with his left. Let's start with that, because that's the more obvious thing here. Let's not overthink this. How did we do this again? Oh yeah, we click on this, and I think we present. Where is it? Left-handed Faraday. Okay. Can we... How do we present? Is it X? Oh yeah, X. It is, you know, right what it says on top of the screen. I hope that's the right spot there. Now we come face to face with the contradiction I spoke of. And it is this. Mr. Faraday used his left hand to write with his fountain pen. Ergo, he is left-handed. And yet, the handgun is in his right hand. Don't you find it odd that the left-handed Mr. Faraday would hold his gun in the right hand? That, ladies and gentlemen, is the great contradiction haunting this crime scene. Hey, you're right, pal. That does seem kinda strange. But how could something like this happen? The facts add up to one conclusion and one alone. Someone else put the gun in Mr. Faraday's hand after he died. Someone else? Plastic bags scattered on the floor and a gun in the wrong hand. I sense the presence of a shadowy figure behind this case.
What if, like, the twist is that he's actually just ambidextrous? Like, maybe he prefers to use his left hand for writing, and maybe he uses his right hand for other things. Person of vile intent who is serious about keeping the truth from us. Playing again his right hand, he writes with his left. Yeah, exactly. Like, it seemed like the obvious thing, so that's why I tried it first, but I was wondering if maybe it was going to be more complicated. Like, oh, the wounds don't make any sense with the way that they were shot, which means that someone else killed them, which would have been the correct conclusion to come to. Just, I would have gone about it the wrong way. Here's the autopsy report. Ooh, we finally get an autopsy report. I wonder if he's going to do something with it. You know, what he usually does with the autopsy report. How up to date is this autopsy report? It is probable that Mr. Wells survived for a short time after he was shot. However, Mr. Faraday died instantaneously from his stabbing. Interesting. It looks like we now know everything we need to know about Z's case. Are you sure we know everything? Of course! The incident began with Mr. Faraday attempting to get his revenge. The prosecutor went into a rage from being accused, and tried to kill the defendant. But the defendant fought back and they ended up killing each other. It's all very clear and simple. There is absolutely no margin for doubt. Do you really believe that to be the truth? Huh. Are you saying that just because I figured out the truth before you, that you don't want to believe it's true? It's alright. If you disagree with my arguments, then prove me wrong. Well, if there are any contradictions to be found, that is. Don't worry, I will. Mr. Faraday's death was instantaneous, but Mr. Wells survived for a short time. From this, it is obvious that Mr. Faraday died after he shot Mr. Well, and Mr. Well, on the brink of death, stole Mr. Faraday's knife and stabbed him. Those are the facts of this case. See, I agree with, like, those events, just maybe not in that order. Mr. Faraday's death was instantaneous, therefore he must have attacked first. Proving that logic to be false is probably the fastest way to show her that she's wrong. In that case, I should first look for any holes in her theory. Alright. Oh, no, wrong button. Do you truly believe that Mr. Faraday died instantaneously? I have the murder report right here. Mr. Faraday died instantaneously of shock due to being stabbed in the chest. There you see. It's been documented clear as day. Mr. Faraday shot Mr. Well before he died. Do you have any basis for that statement? Your foolishness has no end, does it? Now, I hate to repeat myself, however, Mr. Faraday died instantaneously. That's all the basis I need. Alright, so if Mr. Faraday died instantaneously, then he must have attacked Mr. Well before being stabbed. You're finally beginning to catch on, I see. But that's assuming that they killed each other. We're coming into this under the postulation that perhaps maybe they didn't kill each other. So you believe that dying Mr. Well stole the knife from Mr. Faraday? Mr. Well became desperate as he did not want to die. Human beings can do amazing things when they are put to the test. So the two men struggled. And in the end, Mr. Well was able to grab the knife and stab Mr. Faraday. The messy condition of this room is a testament to their struggle. Yes, my logic is perfectly sound. Can you really say that it's perfect? What are you insinuating? Nothing. However, I can't let what you said slide by without further inquiry. One must be clear and precise. So if you could append that statement to your testimony... Fine. About this statement. Mr. Well used all of his remaining strength to take the knife and defend himself. One can easily say that they had a violent struggle. Of course, it's nothing compared to what my writing
crop can do. What is one compared to the damage her crop can do with the state of this room? Furthermore, the plastic bags on the floor in this room were scattered due to the fight. Is there anything else that I can explain for you? No, that will be fine. A struggle localized entirely in the one corner of the room. Alright. If you say so. Claiming speculation is fact already. Don't you feel that the evidence is a bit lacking? You'll find all the evidence you need just by looking around this room. Mr. Faraday collapsed on top of Mr. Rel. In addition, Mr. Faraday died instantaneously, making the counterattack impossible. Furthermore, the room is a total mess from their fight. Let us say that there's more evidence here than you can whip a whip at. Looks like she's becoming more and more confident. And, looking at this place, she might have a right to be. After all, everything here seems to support her theory. It looks like you're starting to see my point. I've as good as won a little competition. There's something strange about Franziska's theory. I should compare her claim with the data I've been gathered thus far. I just know there's a contradiction somewhere. Well, I have a good starting point anyways. Struggle and Mr. Rel used last of his strength to counterattack. Well, I don't think there was a struggle. I mean, do we have that thing here about that? Can we take a look at this? Discovered immediately after a gunshot was heard. Faraday died of a knife stab to the chest. The shock from the stabbing caused instantaneous death. Rel died of a bullet wound to the chest. There was no gunpowder burn his clothes, suggesting he was shot from a few yards away. It's possible he was alive for a little while after being shot, hence why you might be able to stab someone in that time. Where did the thing about how there is probably no struggle go? Did I need to do that first? Oh, here we go. Didn't hear a sign of a struggle. Yeah, this is it. That's where it went. If the two men were fighting, their struggle would have surely caused quite a bit of noise. However, Detective Gumshoe testified that he heard absolutely nothing. You place too much faith in that detective's testimony, you know? But for the sake of argument, let's say there wasn't a fight. How then did Mr. Rel get his hands on the knife? Mr. Faraday's bag was sitting right here in lobby number 2. It is not hard to imagine that perhaps Mr. Rel saw a chance and took it out at some point. So, what you're saying is this. Mr. Rel took a chance when he saw the opportunity, and took the knife from the bag. And then Mr. Faraday shot Mr. Rel after being stabbed? Isn't there something strange in Franziska's statement just now? Mr. Rel took a chance when he saw the opportunity, took the knife from the bag, and then Mr. Faraday shot Mr. Rel after being stabbed. Well, doesn't that contradict what she was saying earlier about how Faraday died instantly from being stabbed? Yeah, wait, doesn't that literally contradict what we just talked about? I can't even... Oh, I can. Here we go. Yeah, the stabbing caused instantaneous death. So that is a little weird. Wait, something doesn't add up. Oh, really? It's simply not possible for Mr. Faraday to have shot Mr. Rel after being stabbed. Because of this, right? After being stabbed, yeah, because stabbing caused instantaneous death. Which is literally what you were just saying, so I don't know how she managed to forget her own argument in the last 30 seconds. According to the coroner's report, Mr. Faraday died instantaneously, meaning that he died immediately upon being stabbed by the knife. Ergo, he could not possibly have fired the gun after that. Oh, you got me. But of course. Well then, if the report is correct, then there is only one correct explanation. If we suppose that Mr. Rel attacked first, then Mr. Faraday, who died instantaneously, would have been unable to kill Mr. Rel. Therefore, Mr. Rel must have stabbed Mr. Faraday after he was shot. That is the only explanation that makes logical sense. Negating your opponent's ideas in order to prove your own theory. I see you've been studying, Franziska. I just wanted to explain it to you as simply as possible. Before you foolishly propose a foolish theory that only a foolish fool like you could. How naive of you to believe that only your opinions are valid, and still expect to discover the truth that the crime scene offers you. Franziska, you've still got a ways to go. What are you talking about? Are you saying there's a flaw in my logic? Mr. Faraday died instantly. And the fact that he died is what gives rise to the contradiction in this scene. The contradiction here in this crime scene is... the evidence bag's location. Well, we don't know where the knife came from. We're assuming the knife came out of the bag, right? So, I mean, that would kind of make sense if all the stuff happened over there. How was the... Hang on. How did they fall again? Yeah. So where would he have gotten the knife? If he was if Mackerel was standing against the wall, because that's where he would have been facing towards the table. So if we're assuming that the knife came out of the bag, because that's what Edgeworth is assuming here, is that the knife came out of the bag, which is over on the table, opposite. So that means Faraday would have been between Mackerel and the bag. So that wouldn't have made any sense considering his location. I wonder if that's actually it. He died instantly, makes no sense. I mean, it was a stab wound, so it seems plausible anyways. I'm gonna actually go with this one. The evidence bag is too far away from the bodies. If the bag that held the weapons was this far from the victims, then neither of the two men could have taken one out without the other noticing. Weren't you the one who just said, perhaps Mr. Rell saw a chance and took it out at some point? That takes some responsibility for your own claims. Oh yeah, I guess true, but like... I don't know, that seems flimsy. Can't my own claims be kind of flimsy? Okay, so it's not the bag. Let's see, Mr. Faraday died instantaneously, and the fact that he did is what gives rise to the contradiction in this scene. So if Faraday died instantly, oh yeah, then it's definitely the order the bodies fell, because Mackerel fell first. Because yeah, no, that would make sense. So even though Mackerel was shot first, Faraday would have fallen over first because he died instantly from the stab wound. Whereas we don't know how long it took for the gun wound to take effect. Let me get this straight. What you are arguing is this. Mr. Faraday took the gun from his evidence bag and shot Mr. Rell. Then the wounded Mr. Rell found an opportunity to take the knife and strike back. Upon being stabbed, Mr. Faraday died on the spot and Mr. Rell died thereafter. But see, even that doesn't make sense if he grabbed the knife after he was shot, because like, where the fuck was he shot from? And why did he run all the way to this side of the room to then stab him? If that's the case, then how do you explain this? Take a good look at the order in which the bodies were piled. No. Mr. Faraday's body is lying on top of Mr. Rell's. Therefore, Mr. Rell must have died before Mr. Faraday. Impossible! Yes, I agree that it seems strange no matter what angle you approach it from. Which means that the real mystery behind this crime scene that we must solve is... No, not so fast, Miss Isles Edgeworth. What now? I simply think that you ought to think a bit more outside of the box. And that it's even clearer now that the instance started with Mr. Faraday's murderous intent. You should bounce back quickly. An explanation won't be enough this time. It's going to take some very decisive evidence to prove her wrong. It was just chance that Mr. Faraday's body fell on top of Mr. Rell's. The two bodies fell into a pile, which indicates that they attacked each other at the same time. It really doesn't matter in the slightest that they fell in the opposite order. I guess that's possible. Like, what do you do? Like, stab him on the way down or something? I just know that Franziska's explanation isn't absolutely correct. All I have to do is find a hole in her logic. Once I do, I can then present her with the evidence that proves the contradiction. about that. Wow, not even letting me, like, inquire more. I've seen someone's testimony note to gain some time to think. You're a real one-trick pony, aren't you? It's too bad your trick only works on fools. That wasn't my intent. I simply wish for more details as to how Mr. Faraday ended up on top of Mr. Brown. Someone's impatient. I was just scared but to explain everything to you. Do you think you could hold on for a minute? Ziska, I'll make you a deal. I'll hold on if you hold on to that whip of yours. Well, she doesn't hold on to that whip, and like puts it down somewhere else. Oh, I'll hold on to it, alright, as I whip you. Well, now that you've quieted down a bit, I'd like to continue if you don't mind.
Hold it!
The two fell on top of each other. Did you find that just a bit strange? Not at all. I can see it in her eyes. She's dead set against me from the bottom of her heart. Yes, Edgeworth. Once I'm done here, you'll see that there's nothing strange at all. Now then, the two men fell into a pile.
Hold it!
Right, they attacked each other at the same time, but like one of them died well before the other. What do you mean they attacked each other at the same time? I say Mr. Faraday had the two different weapons in his hands. He made to attack Mr. Relwich while holding both the knife and the revolver, and then, after Mr. Faraday fired the gun, Mr. Rel grabbed the knife as he was falling and stabbed Mr. Faraday. So they saw Mr. Rel wound up on the bottom with Mr. Faraday on top. At close range, that is more than possible.
Well, we already know where the contradiction lies here then.
Yes, it's possible, but... Well, if you have any other ideas, then show me what you've got. Oh, I will. And to that extent, I'd like for you to append what you just said to your testimony. I don't see any point to that, but as you please. Same time from close range, okay. Sure, if you say so.
Hold it!
Do you really believe that they fell in the exact opposite order in which they attacked? Yes, Edgeworth. You're not listening to a word I'm saying. They both attacked each other at the same time, and Mr. Rel fell first by chance, leaving Mr. Faraday to just happen to fall on top of him. Then Mr. Rel died shortly thereafter, pinned underneath Mr. Faraday. That's how it happened. So the two men attacked each other with Mr. Rel randomly falling down first. The fact that the order that they attacked each other in varies from the order they fell in doesn't cause a problem for me. However, there's definitely one certain aspect of them having trouble swallowing. This one. So you believe they killed each other at close range? Sorry, but that's impossible. Just as it is written in the crime scene notes. The firing of the handgun did not leave a gunpowder burn on Mr. Rel's clothes. Therefore, Mr. Rel and the gun must have been separated by a distance of at least 2 or 3 yards. Yes, this is by far the biggest contradiction. The two bodies are piled up on each other, yet the gun was fired from a distance. And with there being no chance that Mr. Rel moved that far after being shot, that leaves only one possible explanation. What a completely foolish line of foolish thought from a thoroughly foolish fool. If I'm not right, then who was it that made the first move with the intent to kill, huh? Oh, the person that attacked first with murderous intent? That would be... Well, this is what our whole thing was, right? Possibly that a third party was involved. Here in this room, contradictions appear no matter which man we claim attacked first. Thus, there can only be one explanation. There was a third person here. It was that third person who killed both Mr. Faraday and Mr. Rel, and set their bodies up to make it look like a double murder. That third person is the real culprit. Well, Edgeworth, this is one thing you're missing. Evidence, correct? Exactly. Everything you've said up to now is nothing but a story played out in your head. However, this is where the real test begins. Can you prove that there was a third person involved in this crime?
Of course. If a third person was truly here, the fact would resolve this glaring contradiction. The proof that this has all been a setup and made to look like they killed each other. I'll present it and lay bare the final piece of the puzzle that's not yet in place. What is the piece of evidence that proves there's a third person involved? Wouldn't be this, would it? Wait, yes it could. I mean, this is a little circumstantial, no? We're just gonna randomly blame this guy because he was suspicious once in the past? Actually, there's two people on there that could be it, but... No? No, it's not. Okay. Damn it! Okay, I figured that was a bit of a jump, but I wouldn't put it past this game. Wouldn't be the first time. There is no need for an explanation. Well, I have no idea what's related, so could you please explain it to me? Yes, well, let me guess. You can't explain it, can you? He took actual physical damage on that one. It would appear I was wrong. But there's definitely a contradiction here. And it should resolve itself if there was truly a third person here. Alright. Evidence proves that there's a third party involved. Would it be the blood? But it has Faraday's blood on it. That doesn't make any sense. The knife? Well, we don't know where the knife came from. Maybe it was the knife then. Is there something on the pen that we could use as evidence? Maybe this reveals something? It seems Mr. Faraday was in the habit of using very nice fountain pens. That's the total opposite of me. I don't get those things at all. Well, I think the pencil behind your ear suits you just fine. Really? You think so, pal? Man, I knew it was worth something. That wasn't exactly a compliment, detective. This looks like a quality nib. Hey, let me test it out, pal. Ooh, this is really... I got ink all over my hand. Detective Gumshoe, don't ever play with the evidence like that again. Yeah, I didn't think there'd be anything here, but it was worth a shot. That was a very close-up of the pen. I guess it could be the blood, but just I don't see how. Because it's Faraday's. This blood here is from Mr. Faraday, but there are no other clues to be found. Which begs the question, do I need to put this bag inside another bag in order to preserve it as evidence? I mean, technically I would say yes. Doesn't prove that there's a third person involved. Maybe it is this. Maybe like they were trying to use the bag to clean up the blood or something? No sound of a struggle. Well, yeah, but I don't think that has anything to do with there being a third party. And if we're going off the idea that we need to use some new piece of evidence that we haven't presented yet, then we've already presented the gun, we presented the testimony, and we presented the notes. That leaves the knife, the pen, and the bag. And we already tried this, and that wasn't it. Bags shown on the floor of lobby number 2. There's no... yeah, but I see what you're saying, maybe. There's no signs of struggle, and yet there's this big mess of bags here. You know what? Let's try it. That was it. The gun in Mr. Faraday's hand and the plastic bag with his blood on it. These two items point to the presence of a third person. Right, because the gun was in his, the wrong hand. I wonder if I presented the gun if this would have also triggered the correct answer. Probably not. How so? Recall Detective Gumshoe's testimony. I was in the hallway the whole time, but I didn't hear a single beep of a struggle. If there was a struggle in this room, then there shouldn't be any plastic bags on the ground, meaning that someone else must have deliberately scattered them around. Do you not see the possibility in this? Disregarding the gun for a moment.
There's a high probability of blood splatter when a knife is used on a person. If the culprit held the knife with a plastic bag around it, they could use the bag to catch any blood splatter from when they withdrew the knife. Then, by spreading a few more plastic bags around, mixing the bloody one in with them, and arranging the room to make it look like there was a struggle between the two, they were able to conceal their presence. Well, he didn't do a good job concealing his presence by not messing with the table. Looks like he's still got a long way to go in this investigation. Yes.
Objection.
The judge with his legs! Oh my god. Yo, look at him fucking posing. He's ready to, like, wrestle someone. He's gonna choke slam someone into the wall with that. What the heck's up with you, pal? Mr. Bat, I advise you to place Detective Gumshoe under arrest. What? What's the meaning of this? Looks like you're not man enough to discipline your own subordinates. Don't you dare. That detective claims that he was there standing in front of the door the entire time. But I put it on good authority that it was all a giant lie. Miss Yu, I ask you please explain that last statement. I let his honor explain it himself. Are we gonna have to argue with the judge? I saw it with my own eyes, I tell you. During the recess, there was a period of time when there was no one in the hallway. What? See, Mr. Bad? So I ask you, why would a detective who was supposedly doing his job the whole time want to fabricate such a lie? Gumshoe, did you kill Faraday? No! Of course not, sir. It would appear that there was one who said this whole crime scene up is that detective, which basically renders his testimony a complete lie and wholly invalid. It looks like your perfect logic has just come tumbling down, Miles. I was in the hallway the whole time, but I didn't hear a single beep of a struggle. Are we sure that it comes crashing down? I mean, if there was no struggle, you know, someone could have easily set this whole crime up. That would definitely lead precedence to the idea that there was no struggle. Is that statement really a lie? Detective Gumshoe, you're now a suspect in the murder of 2 men. Now, spit out the truth, or so help me. It's okay, he's only grabbing for his mirror. He's not gonna shoot you. I haven't lied to anyone, sir. Honest. I really was there. I was in the hallway the whole time.
Hold it.
Detective Bad, I ask that you please do not act without my permission. After all, I am the one who is heading up this investigation, am I not? Don't talk like you know what's going on, boy. All I want is for this investigation to run perfectly. With Excellency, only the wish of a discipled Von Kammer, after all. Therefore, before you take Detective Gumshoe into custody, I'd like to set the record straight on something. And what's that? What should I ask Detective Gumshoe about? State of the hallway? If he really was in the hallway, surely he'd remember it. Well, this is Gumshoe we're talking about here, but maybe. Gumshoe's fucking stupid, he couldn't done exactly. If Gumshoe was the perpetrator, that would mean that our theory of someone coming in here and setting up this crime scene, trying to fake a struggle, make it look like they killed each other. Gumshoe didn't even know half the stuff that we were talking about. Like, he didn't even realize that that was a possibility. He would be too stupid to do it. I don't think he could have done it. Detective Gumshoe, I take it that no one else was in the hallway at any time, correct? Was there another case where Gumshoe was arrested or blamed for a murder? Or is this the first time we've seen that? I think this might be the first time. Huh? Of course not, pal. You're being awfully defensive. Might you be hiding something from me? What's your mouth, pal? You can't go around saying stuff like that about me without any evidence. I suppose you're right. I have no evidence at this point. Miles Edgeworth, how can you be How can you be losing a battle of wits with this detective? You're a disgrace.
Alright, what else do we ask about? Motive for the murders? Why wasn't he in the hallway? You know, if he supposedly wasn't there.
Detective Gumshoe, why were you missing from the hallway for a span of time? Look, pal, like I said, I was there the whole time, okay?
But there's a testimony against you that...
Miles Edgeworth, why are you wasting that time with a completely useless question? The only logical reason as to why he was absent is that he was busy committing the crime.
Well, I mean... she kinda has you there.
Anyone who says otherwise is a fool.
Alright. Well then, okay, if he did it, why did he do it? I figured this was irrelevant, but maybe it's not.
I suppose the one thing I'd like clarified is Detective Gumshoe's motive for committing this crime. Motive, huh? Gumshoe, you got a grudge against Faraday or anything? No, sir, not me. Not a single bad thing against Mr. Faraday, sir. Is that a fact? Objection! You really have a problem with lying, don't you, detective? I'm telling you, I am not lying. The more natural you act, the more suspicious you become, you know. If you want a motive, Edgeworth, I have one for you right here.
Could you please share it with us?
However, be forewarned, I won't hesitate to object to flights of fancy, because all I'm interested in is the perfect explanation. You're serious, aren't you? Fine. You amuse me, so I'll humor you with a little courtroom practice.
Well, it's not quite being in the courtroom facing off against the defendant, but this will do.
It was about a week ago.
A week ago?
I saw the detective get chewed out by a livid Faraday in front of the precinct. He stood there super pale. As Mr. Faraday yelled, "That's a salary cut for you, you nitwit."
Oh, I guess Edgeworth wasn't the first.
A brand new detective suddenly getting his salary cut. That's enough reason for a grudge. Well, how's that for the perfect explanation?
You know, I feel like I know someone who would probably be able to come up with a better fake explanation than you.
You totally misunderstood me, pal. No matter how mad I get, I can never hold a grudge.
Probably because he would forget within 24 hours.
Quiet. You can't trust anything you say. Sir.
There's nothing wrong with the motive she proposed, per se.
But there are some gaps in his logic that need to be filled in. Miss Yu's perfect explanation may not be so perfect after all.
Oops. So who is this girl? Like, I know she's a defense attorney. Is she like an independent defense attorney? Is she like a state-approved defense attorney? Like a public defender? Why would she be hanging around the prosecutor's office like that otherwise?
A week ago? Then you and Detective Gumshoe are acquaintances? No way. I only met him in person today.
Then how did you know about Detective Gumshoe?
Oh, I've seen him around before.
I guess she's probably like a public defender. Do we have like a profile on her or something? Out of curiosity? So we know what we're dealing with? Lawyer of embassy staff killing defendant. Rel. I was to battle her in court. Okay, well that doesn't really say anything. I know that she has like something to do with the embassy a little bit, but still. I mean, for all we know, she's probably just, you know, of that country. Maybe like she came from that country or something.
Hold it. Mr. Faraday was upset. Yeah. You know what else? Mr. Faraday isn't exactly known to get angry often. But there he was, totally beat red in the face.
Man, she needs to learn to keep her composure if she's going to be in court.
And the offending detective was just stood there, pale as a ghost, like he was about to die. Just like the face he's making now, right? I'm completely innocent, I tell ya. The poor man. Getting laughed at the crime scene. By the defense. It's quite the scene with the detective. You just stood there watching this unfold in front of you? Yeah, I have to say it was really enjoyable too. But that's why I saw Detective Gumshoe earlier. I need to steer clear of him. No way. I thought it was because I had something stuck on my face. Yeah, I don't think it would be that simple. But you do! Huh? What if I get stuck on my face? Let's start with your eyes, nose, mouth. Oh, and those ridiculous eyebrows. Huh? Wow, okay. So this is her only defense here? It's just like making fun of the detective's appearance? How did this person get a license? Oh man, messing with your head is just too much fun. Miss you, if you don't mind, I would like to return to your testimony now. Sure, why not? To cut a new detective's salary right off the bat like that. I'm not really familiar with the way you guys relate, but is that a common practice? Speaking of cutting my salary, didn't you threaten to do that to me earlier too? I suppose I did. It took him this long to figure that out. Because at first he didn't think that's what he meant. He didn't realize it was a salary cutting that he was threatening. It's only natural to cut a worthless detective's salary down to their actual worth. My father can even fire anyone, new or old, with a snap of his fingers. Do you think that's reason enough for detectives to hate you people? Well, I guess. I really shouldn't cut people's pay. Detective Bad, don't tell me Mr. Von Karma cut your salary earlier. He probably did. Everyone's just like cutting out the detective salary. It's not just the Gumshoe thing. Now I feel worse for Gumshoe because it's not him being stupid. Apparently everyone's just got a grudge against the detectives. You'd think they'd have more respect for them considering that they're responsible for allowing the prosecutors to do their jobs properly. You call your explanation perfect? Is it not to your liking? Unfortunately for you, it's just not up to my standards. Oh. Is there something you want me to clarify in that case? What should I do? Should I raise an objection? Alright, if you could clear this one thing up for me. Okay, motive for killing Mr. Rel. Yeah, I mean, Faraday, sure, but, what about Rel? Faraday and Gumshoe's relation? Okay. I kind of have an idea what she's gonna say. She's probably gonna say something like, well, you know, no witnesses. Doesn't want to leave a witness. So that might be it. Faraday and Gumshoe's relation. Well, I mean, detective and prosecutor. Same relation that any prosecutor and detective seem to have in this game. How Faraday was killed. Stab wound, I guess. We know that. Alright, you want let's try the motive. We'll try motive. I understand Detective Gumshoe's potential motive for killing Mr. Faraday. However, what about his motive for killing Mr. Rel? His motive for killing Rel? Like, I would know. If there was no clear motive for both of the murders, then I doubt this incident would have occurred. Wouldn't you agree? Is there anyone else who might have had a grudge against either of the two men? Or should we look into that ourselves? Oh. Well, in that case, I have absolutely no idea. What? But that's impossible. She must know something. Wait. Can you please not glare at me like that? It makes me laugh. Jesus, what's wrong with this lady? I hate her already. I didn't even do anything, you're already laughing anyway. Well, anyway, the way I see it, as long as he had a motive to kill one of the two, this crime would have played out the way it did anyway. No? Would you care to explain your logic? And this time, please try to provide a truly perfect explanation. Perfect this, perfect that. Stop being so uptight, or is that requisite trait for being a Von Karma? Miss Edgeworth, I demand that you shut this rude woman up. I wish you'd both be quiet for just 1 second. Oh, well, I guess I'll just have to explain it to you kids. There's no one out there with a motive to kill both Mr. Faraday and Mr. L. All you really have to establish is that someone had a grudge against one of the two men. Mr. L, who happened to be there, became a witness to Mr. Faraday's murder. See, I told you, this is exactly where this was going. And yet it ended up being the correct answer. Therefore, he was killed out of necessity, and set up to look like they had killed each other. I wonder if that's really true. Is there no one out there with a grudge against both men? I should take another hard look at the evidence for this morning's case. The second KG-8 incident, as people are calling it, involving an embassy staff member, and the two men who both wound up as suspects in the case. Is there someone else I'm overlooking who is somehow related to them? Man, I almost forgot how much reading this was. Went a whole month without it. Now we're back.
Hold it.
So there is no one else who might have a grudge against both Mr. Faraday and Mr. L? I suppose no one is a bit of a stretch, but I'm pretty sure no one like that was here in this courthouse today. She's lying through her teeth. We just saw someone like that over here earlier. Besides, you don't need to prove that the killer had a grudge against both men.
Hold it.
I feel like she's trying to cover up for someone. Someone with a grudge against one of the men. In that case, aren't there plenty of other people who fit the bill? Sure, after all, who doesn't garner scorn from another simply by being alive? But the only one who held a grudge and acted upon it by killing was Detective Gumshoe. Furthermore...
Hold it.
It just seems so flimsy that a salary cut is enough for someone to commit murder. So you're saying that he was basically silenced? Aren't you glad you managed to avoid the same fate, Your Honor? Why, if you had been the one to witness the blood-covered detective...
What? Detective Gumshoe? You would kill even me?
Well, I could never do something as terrible as that, Your Honor.
There is no need for a second of deliberation. I will hand down my verdict here.
Your Honor, take a look around. We are not in court right now. It would be greatly appreciated if you would stay here with us in reality.
Please forgive me. I know not what I do.
And you there, Monsieur. Let them continue with your testimony. If you fail to do so, I will whip you into shape. That's nice. Sounds kind of like fun, actually.
Whoa! Okay.
Anyway, Detective Gumshoe had to erase the witness, Mr. L. Why does you have scales for earrings? She thinks she's hot shit. That she is the law. That's the only reason I could see someone having the scales of justice as earrings. Is that they think they are the best at bringing justice to people. And she's a defense attorney no less. That's pretty cocky. That or she really doesn't realize just how tacky she actually is wearing something like that. It'd be like wearing coffin earrings to a funeral, you know?
Hold it.
I didn't do it, pal. No hard feelings, but I think we can take the word of a criminal seriously. But I can't even begin to think up ways to set up a crime scene. He's only been on the job for a week. He doesn't have enough experience. I suppose you do lack the necessary tactical mind required to do such a thing. Why do you have to kick a man when he's down, pal? You shouldn't put yourself down, detective. You're a big boy. I bet you thought it up all by yourself, right? Yeah, that's right. And I worked real hard at it too. Oh my god, Gumshoe, what are you doing? I think this proves one thing about the detective. He has the mental acuity of a worm. I have to admit, her explanation makes sense. However, there is also something she overlooked in her testimony. I should present that piece of evidence and see if I can't make her see the truth. No one out there with a motive to kill Rel and Mr. Faraday, both Faraday and Rel. What I have to do is establish is that someone had a grudge against one of the two men. Rel happened to be there, became witness to Mr. Faraday's murder. Therefore, he's killed on necessity and made to look like Kosha. Okay. No one out there with a motive to kill both Mr. Faraday and Mr. Rel. So grudge on one of the two men. Do we have something like that? Possibly with this? Because... you know... considering the victim... well, okay. No, I'm probably getting ahead of things here. But this guy was on trial for murder previously. So, I mean, and he was here. It seemed like the detectives were both upset, and even she was upset that he was here. Because there was a lot of evidence saying that he probably was a killer, but he somehow got away. This man's like the O.J. Simpson of the Phoenix Wright world. So I feel like he could probably do it. Do we need to present his profile, maybe? Dead man. Cadopian Embassy staff members gunned down in front of embassy by Rel. Is that guy even in? Oh, there he is. Oops. Cadopian Embassy staff member accused a suspect in the KG-8 instance. Someone had a grudge against one of the two men. Well, yeah, because that was the whole point of the KG-8 incident, right? Like, we probably have to present a profile. I think we've done that once before in this game. I think that's a possibility. Mr. Rel became a witness, so he had to be killed as collateral. I'm thinking that's probably the answer. Someone out there with the motive to kill both Faraday and Mr. Rel. Now, okay, what was Rel's... Rel was just a witness in this one, right? Yeah, he was the suspect in this one. Kill in lobby number 2 with a handgun. No, you can't present profiles. Okay. Yeah, there's no option to present a profile, so it has to be evidence. Alright. That's gotta be this then. Miss Yu, I believe there is someone you overlooked in making your statement. Or rather, is it because you'd rather not bring this person up? What do you mean? We're looking for someone with a reason to kill both Mr. Faraday and Mr. Rel. I can think of at least one person that fits the bill. He was the suspect in the original KG-8 incident, and a member of the Cadopian Embassy staff, Mr. Manny Cochin. That's right, the very man who came to visit you earlier in the hallway. The man who killed a member of the Cadopian Embassy staff, Mr. Rel, and the man who was lead prosecutor of the KG-8 incident, Mr. Faraday. Are you telling me that Mr. Cochin has no reason at all to kill both of these men? Well, I suppose he might have a reason or two. You covered for me, pal. Maybe you're not such a bad guy after all. Don't get ahead of yourself. You're still a suspect, make no mistake about that. The perfect evidence, perfect testimony, these are the only things I wish to hold. But I didn't do it. You will stay under my authority and go investigate Mr. Manny Cochin for me. And remember, I will not be very forgiving about this, should any of this leak out. You want to investigate Cochin? You'd just be wasting your time. And why is that? Cochin was up in the viewing gallery watching the trial. Or so I was told. Every cop in this place has been keeping an eye on the guy since he arrived. And the only real suspect we have here is still Detective Gumshoe. I suppose so. No way! Come on, Detective Ben. You gotta believe me, sir. I really was in the hallway the whole time, sir. I never took a single step into this room, sir. Okay, then are you saying there was someone else who passed through the hallway? No. No, there was no one else, sir. Then why should I believe you didn't do it? That is one incredibly foolish detective, standing right there in front of a crime scene all by himself. It's as good as a confession of guilt. I have to admit, it is a bit strange. Most criminals will fabricate some sort of lie to escape their crimes. And if that detective really wanted to prove that he is innocent, you'd think he'd be at the very least offer up, "I spaced out while on duty," or the like. Come on, Gumshoe, time for your interrogation. Detective Bad. Miss Edgeworth, I will go on ahead and report this to Papa. Just like that, and that, as they say, is that. Right, everyone? Well, I suppose we should both be getting back to our real jobs now, huh? Before we do, Miss Yu, there is something I'd like to speak with you about. What is it? Oh, we can examine the bodies again. To have set these two men up and make it look like they killed each other. If there's one thing I cannot forgive, it's the creation of the dead. So, what did you want to ask me about? The current case of the murder of Cadopian Embassy staff member. I've heard that people have begun calling it the second KG-8 incident. Only among you law enforcement types. And what about it? I'd like for you to tell me everything you know about the original KG-8 incident. I'm afraid I can't help you. I don't know anything about beyond what was reported in the papers. No, I believe you do know much more, since you are directly tied to the KG-8 incident. Also, wouldn't she, like, maybe want to study it for this trial, if it was related? Like, she is a lawyer, right? I'd appreciate it if you'd stop with the false accusations. Baseless outbursts are useless in both inside and outside the courtroom. Don't you know? I do. But I also know that I do have a leg to stand on here. Think you can stop making that ultra-serious face in front of me? If you could please stop laughing for just 1 second. I'm not going to make any headway like this. I'm just going to have to show her exactly how related to the KG-8 incident she is. Alright, I will show her then. It's this, right? I mean, there's another U right on the front page. Miss Yu, I believe that I have proof of your connection to the KG-8 incident. That file is your proof? Very well then. Why don't you tell me exactly how I'm related to the KG-8 incident? Your connection to the KG-8 incident is through the victim. The victim's name is Sesik Yu. You will note that she has the same last name as you. Can you really still tell me with a straight face that you are not related to this case? I guess she can't. Not with a straight face anyways. Sorry, but we're not related. Just kidding. You asked that question with such a serious look on your face. I couldn't help but...
Miss Yu, as you please tell me the truth.
Alright, I'll tell you everything I know. As you guessed, I'm the one who reported the smuggling activities of the Amano group. It's my sister, Ceci Yu.
As I thought.
And she was killed right before she was set to testify at the impending trial. By Manny Kochin. But because he was tried once, and was acquitted, he gets to live out the rest of his cushy life completely carefree.
All because of a lack of evidence.
No, I heard the evidence to convict him did exist.
What?
I heard it from Mr. Faraday himself after Mr. Kochin's trial was over. Apparently a man in black made off with the most important piece of evidence.
A man in black, you say? Then, the evidence had been tampered with.
Isn't it just like a criminal to do something like that? A smuggling ring being run out of the Amano group by one of its secretaries. They bailed Mr. Kochin out. Turns out, they were in league with each other all along.
How big was that smuggling ring? Was it a large operation?
I don't really know. Which is why I want to become the lead defense. On this case that people are calling the second KG-8 incident. But I haven't learned anything new at all. I was probably expecting too much, I know.
You mean, you think this case has nothing to do with the smuggling ring?
I don't know what to think.
Why did Mr. Kochin want to meet with you earlier?
Actually, he came to watch the trial. Apparently he only found out that I was the defense lawyer on this case after he'd arrived. He figured he should say hi and one other thing. Looks like you couldn't resolve anything this time either. Too bad.
Ooh, a snarky little fella. What's that supposed to mean?
Oh boy, stop it with the scary face already. I'm fine, really. I gave him a good slap across the face.
When she talks about slapping him as she laughs away is kind of creepy. What if she did it? What if we had like a defense attorney be the killer? Maybe that would be a little weird and kind of for this game.
But it's just as Mr. Bad said. He's not related to the double murder. I asked around and people in the gallery claimed that he was in his seat the entire time.
Talk about cruel fate. So wait, he was just in his seat even during the recess? Don't they like kick everyone outside of the courtroom during recess?
Well, this is about all I know. Sorry. Guess I wasn't much help, huh?
That's not true. I'm sorry I made you recall such a painful time in your life.
Oh my god, this woman. Edward, you really are too serious for your own good. You really need to learn to relax. We wouldn't want you to die of stress, would we?
Thank you for the advice, but there's no need to worry. I work in my own way, and I will catch this criminal in my own way as well. You'll see.
Look at you with your game face on, ready to go.
I'm making no such face.
Did you know? Laughter's the best medicine, Edgeworth. Don't you get tired of making such a serious face all the time?
I'm charged with making sure that all criminals of this world are found guilty. I have no need for laughter.
There you go, making that face again. Oh well. I've gotta get going. I still have a few loose ends I need to tie up.
The KG-8 incident and this murder investigation. It is my belief that these two cases are related to each other somehow. Plus that detective. Detective Gumshoe. It's obvious he's lying, even though the lie is hurting his career. Clearly, this case is far from over. But whether or not the detective is the murderer can only be determined once I've completed my perfect investigation. Mr. Von Karma, I swear to uphold your honorable name, or my name isn't Miles Edgeworth. Honorable, he says. Maybe he should ask him about his shoulder. I heard he had a bit of an accident with it one time. Onward towards the truth. I'm sorry, what's going on over there in the corner? With the guy on the left? Is that fountain okay? That's a bit of a different kind of water fountain.
Sir, what has become of the trial in the Cadopian Embassy staff member's murder? Indeed, since both the suspect and the prosecutor are now dead, the case will be dismissed. In other words, the trial ends here prematurely.
Looks like you'll have to wait just a bit longer for your big debut.
I suppose it can't be helped. The evidence for this trial will be transferred to you in a little while. Sir, what do you think about the murder of the Cadopian Embassy staff member, and the murders of Mr. Faraday and Mr. Rell? What an outrageous circus it has all become.
Guy on the left is like you. Well, you just like walk up to a water fountain and like it immediately squirts in your face. And now you can't stop it. And now you're just stuck here trying to hopefully not make a mess. Did we win? Does it count as a win when everyone just kills themselves and you're just the last person standing? I mean, sure you won, but at what cost?
That Faraday brought it all upon himself with his naivety. An outrageous circus. Right, sir. I grow weary of this topic. Edgeworth, I will have you assigned to a different case.
Papa, you'll come and watch my court interview next, won't you?
I'll consider it. Sir, if I may, please allow me to continue with my investigation. Whatever for? I know that there is already a suspect in the murder of Mr. Faraday and Mr. Rell. However, there's not enough evidence to prove that it was he who committed the crime. I'd like to continue investigating in order to find the perfect proof of his guilt. The perfect proof? Don't make me laugh. A worthless person like you has no right to claim such a thing as perfection.
Papa? Who do you think is the real culprit behind these murders? Miles and I, we're competing to see who can find the real killer first. Plus, being able to investigate a real crime scene is a real rare opportunity. It would give us some real-life experience, wouldn't you agree?
If you want to investigate this case that much, then do as you wish. Then you're allowing us to continue? In court, your top priority is to win. The solid investigation is one of the keys to winning. We have to make sure you become recognized as a first-rate prosecutor, don't we? It wouldn't be very interesting otherwise. I'm returning home now. Edgeworth, Franziska, see to it that I am not disturbed, save for the results of your competition. Yes, sir.
Of course, Papa.
Franziska, thank you.
What are you thanking me for? Your logic earlier was built on that scruffy detective's line. That means that the competition is still on.
Yes, just as you wished.
I couldn't let you all get off so easily. Now then, let's see how well you fare on the investigation from here, Miles Edgeworth.
I know I don't have enough information yet, so my first order of business will be to question anyone involved with this case.
How about you? Alright, you okay over here?
I can't stop the water, sir. It seems that the man who was here earlier broke it by drinking from it too much.
Bunch of fools who pretend to not see the foolish actions of a foolish fool.
Well then, why don't you lend the officer a hand?
As if I should have anything to do with these. Besides, that water-drinking fool's mouth is the thing that officers should be covering. Let's give that officer a description of water guzzler later.
She seems to have quite the grudge. Sounds to me like someone wanted to drink.
Wow, this thirsty and he can't even admit it. Too proud to admit that you just want some water.
Wow, this thing is so incredibly detailed. My inner modeling fanboy is impressed. I'm not exactly a fan of plastic models per se, but even I can sense the superb quality of this model.
I simply cannot comprehend how that man can feel so much love for such a trifle.
Yeah, but
It proves that this thing can transform. Don't you see? This courtroom is a transformer. She's just not able to see. Oh, I see. You're a disciple of my father, so you would do well to guard yourself against an interest in such unproductive things. Yes, perhaps I should take up whipping people like the young lady over here. Nothing more productive than whipping someone in the face, after all. Sir, nothing to report, sir. Is there no one who will make this man take responsibility for his actions on the job? Looks like we have no choice but to report this to Papa. Since this guard can have fun in a waking nightmare after being awakened from his dream. Actually, let's not. I kind of feel sorry for him now. Are those all the different judges up there? I like how the qualification of being a judge is bald, old, and have a very long beard. Until that Canadian came around. I guess he was the exception. What's the matter, officer? I've been standing here forever, sir. I really need to go to the bathroom. Why don't you just make a quick trip? The nearest one isn't that far, is it? No, it's a short way down the hall beyond those doors, but I don't want to be blamed for anything that might happen while I'm gone. Oh, did he hear about what happened with Gumshoe? So, I'm gonna hold it. Perhaps Detective Gumshoe can be a positive influence on the force after all. Yes, nothing more positive than making someone hold in their piss, instead of just going when needed. It wasn't me, I tell ya. I didn't do anything wrong. Yes, I understand. So let's just calm down, okay, buddy? I doubt I'll get anything useful from the detective while he's this agitated. So I see that we can finally transition of our own free will. That's a first. Miss you. Oh, it's you, Edgeworth. And who are you? Wait, you were at the crime scene just now, weren't you? You should be disbarred for not knowing who I am. I am Francisco von Carla. I am about to become the successor to the family name. About to? I guess that means that for now you're still just another kid. In which case, it's only natural that I didn't know who you are. What? Why are you whipping me? Anyway, it looks like they're planning to hold the evidence a bit longer. If there's one thing I can't stand, it's waiting. I'm terribly sorry, but I have a few more questions to ask of you. Look at you, eyebrows scrunched with your line on your forehead. And that, to ask of you. What exactly is so funny? Sorry, I'm just bad at dealing with a super serious atmosphere. Apparently they failed to teach you proper behavior at crime scene in law school. I feel much better now. So, what is it you want to ask me? I'd like to inquire as to where you were at the time of the murder. We were defendant lobby number 1 the whole time, up until we heard the gunshot. And by we, I mean Mr. Bad. If you don't believe me, feel free to ask him yourself. You were with Detective Bad. Why? We had a little something to discuss, that's all. Maybe you can discuss it with me, perhaps? Now I want to play Transformer Devastation because of all the Transformer talk. Okay, so the reason for that is earlier on, Edgeworth found that there was like hands and a face on the model of the courtroom. Like, he first commented on how detailed and accurate it was, and then he noticed hands in the face. So clearly, the only logical conclusion to jump to here is that the courtroom is a transformer. There's no other possible explanation for that. Right? Like, we're going, this game's gonna end in some sort of like giant robot battle. And the courtroom is gonna be one of them. The judge is gonna be in the cockpit of the courtroom, taking on, I don't even know what, the prosecution office? Who knows? Can't wait to see it though. So I take it you're acquaintances with Detective Bad? Yes, he was the detective in charge of the KG-8 incident. Detective Bad is also related to that incident. That's right. He was the one who was supposed to protect my sister, Ceci. But you know how that turned out, don't you, Edgeworth? Miss Edgeworth, I have no idea what you two are talking about. I've heard of the KG8 incident from my papa. But how does that case relate to you, monsieur? The victim of that case, Sissy Yu, was my little sister. You're making that super serious face again. I'm fine, really. I just make the point to rub some more salt in his wounded pride every time I see him.
The way she talks about doing that as she laughs his way is kind of creepy.
Oh, speaking of Mr. Bad, he and Mr. Faraday, I'd say they met up just about every single time the Yatagarasu made a move. It was practically a given that the two would meet up at every one of the crime scenes.
I see. He did mention that he is in charge of the Yatagarasu investigation earlier. Maybe I should ask her what she knows about the Yatagarasu in more detail.
You're 0-3 on judge qualifications right now. You know what? That's probably a good thing. If the qualifications are to be bald, to be old, and have a big long white beard, yeah, I'm good with none of those. I gave up on the whole beard thing a while back after all. Trust me, it's not fun.
You claimed that at the time of the murder you were with Detective Bad.
But don't you lawyers usually discuss the trial with your clients during the recess? We do, and that's what I was planning to do, but Mr. Faraday was being rather threatening and he dragged Mr. Rell away. After that, Mr. Bad came into lobby number 1, so we just stayed there and talked.
And what did you talk about with Detective Bad about?
Nothing interesting, I just insulted him some. It talked about how the trial was going, and then I insulted him some more.
Bloody. When she's not laughing, her mouth seemingly spews nothing but insults.
Anyway, Mr. Bad and I were defending lobby number 1 when the murders occurred. So I really can't tell you anything about the hallway or lobby number 2.
I see. I'd like to ask you a few questions about your client, Mr. Mac Rell. Now, your client first claimed to be the Yatagarasu, is that correct?
Yeah. Once I heard that it was the Yatagarasu that had made off with the evidence from KG8, I began to ask Mr. Rell all sorts of questions, but to no avail. Turns out Mr. Rell was not the Yatagarasu. He had just made it up.
He made it up?
Mr. Rell's crime was caught on tape by the security cameras, but there was no footage of him sneaking into the Kadopian embassy himself. Hold on for just 1 second. Zen, you mean to say that you knew that he was not Seville Yatagarasu? And that he was just another cold-blooded killer? And you were ready to defend him? Yes, that's right.
I see. So a defense lawyer is actually just someone whose job is to cover for criminals.
That's why defense lawyers are so detestable. But they're no match for us Von Commas. I don't believe it. You're serious. Why did you save that face for something really worth being serious over? And Edgeworth, do you remember what I said earlier? I have my own agenda. I'm still on the hunt for leads regarding the KG8 incident, alright?
And for that, you have not a single qualm about defending a known killer?
Oh shit, Minecraft updated.
Don't put words in my mouth. I said no such thing.
Why are we in the past? Cause some object at the end of the last case, which I don't remember what it was exactly, made Edgeworth like reminisce about something in his past. I think it was just like something made him think about the Yatagarasu. Mainly, I think it was like Kay's outfit or whatever. Made him think about it, and he was like, then he just remembered this case. The very first time he was in a courtroom.
The only way I had to get close to Mr. Rell was to be his lawyer. I had no intention of covering for him, ever. So don't you dare suggest what I was going to.
You were gonna throw your client under the bus. What a great lawyer you sound like.
I'm sorry. Forgive my rashness. Miss Yu, I was wondering if you could tell me about the Yatagarasu.
The Yatagarasu, huh? I don't really know much about that character myself. But I do get a lot of consultation requests from companies to defend him.
Requests from companies?
The Yatagarasu isn't some petty thief out for money, you know. Alright then. Perhaps the Yatagarasu is in the business of stealing people's lives. You're not very funny or witty, are you, little Miss Von Kava?
Franziska, be careful about who you whip. Choose carefully or it may be sued by...
Then, I chose carefully, just like you wanted. That just now. That was hilarious, little missy.
Hilarious, or did you just, like, let yourself go? Right in the middle of court? Because it seemed like you were really into it earlier. Are you sure you don't want to see more?
Of course it was.
What is wrong with these two women? Why does my pain give them delight?
And, so in the end, what is the Atakarasu? I have to say, I had never even heard of this thief when I was in Germany. The Atakarasu deals in information, namely in digging out dirt about backroom dealings and the like of companies. The Atakarasu is a vigilante who steals such info and then makes it public for all to see. Vigilante or not, this person sounds like just another criminal to me. I suppose you could put it that way too. But either way, I get a lot more clients now, thanks to that thief.
Sounds like Miss Yu is profiting nicely. I suppose I've gotten all I can out of Miss Yu. I should move on and speak with Detective Gumshoe now.
What if we go out here? Where does this take me? Oh, we can go into the courtroom. Why is this game like... I don't recall this game lagging this much. Like, anytime I go up and down, it just, like, stutters. I'm the judge now. Oh, this is perfect. I will now lay down the law, as I was born to do.
This must be the judge's desk. You could tell by the gavel sitting on top.
I had a dream once I was being squashed from above by this gavel.
You're such a weakling, Miles Edgeworth.
You have no idea how frightening it was.
You know, I think I know someone else who had a similar dream. Interesting. What is the Yatagarasu? They were like a thief, and the kind of like the big crux of this entire game's plot. Like all the episodes, like it's all about this thief. But it's named after like a Japanese mythological creature, like basically the sun god, which was a crow with 3 legs. That's about what it boils down to. What that has to do with being a thief for information, I have no idea. Not really sure what the connection is there, but that is where the word comes from.
It's the viewing gallery. This is where the riffraff sit when they come to watch.
It's situated at the same height as the judge's bench. I wonder if that's to represent the intense scrutiny of each and every case from all sides.
Miles Edgeworth, are you not man enough to stand up to all those eyes?
What sort of... Of course I'm man enough.
Wait, who sits over here? I don't recall anyone sitting in these seats. Because, like, the witness stand is here. You know, there's the defense and there's the prosecution. Who the hell sits here? Is that the jury? The jury of 2 people?
It's the witness stand.
Well, it makes sense that each and every person that ever stands here would be found guilty.
There are others besides the defendant that stand at this podium, you know.
I don't care. Just make sure you never end up standing at one of these. You'll be sorry.
I'll keep that in mind.
Yeah, sure would be unfortunate if he ended up standing there, wouldn't it?
Any day now, I'll be taking my rightful place behind these bench.
By that time, I should already be standing here.
It'd be downright disgraceful if I beat you to it, wouldn't it?
If that were to happen, Franziska, I'll eat my cravat.
Wait, is that why he doesn't wear one in the future? Did Franziska beat him to it? I'm trying to go over to the defendant's stand and I keep the collision on leaving the room is very big.
It's the defense attorney's bench. I'd probably be standing on this side of the courtroom if that incident hadn't happened.
What are you thinking about? Lately, the more wrinkly your face becomes, the less I'm able to read what you're thinking.
Well, I never. I'll have you know I don't have a single wrinkle upon my youthful brow.
Behind each bench. Oh, that was an achievement. Oh, okay. Good thing I came in here then. Isn't the Yetaglassy known for having a third leg? Yeah, that's basically it. It's just Sun God, that's a crow that has 3 legs. That's the whole gimmick. Alright, Gumshoe, how's it going?
Detective Gumshoe. Hey, it's you, pal. Yeah. Youch! As am I. I don't think you needed to whip him to let him know that.
Hey, who says he wouldn't sue for that? Oh, wait, it's Gumshoe. Of course he wouldn't sue for that. So when's the Edgeworth and Phoenix make out scene? That's what I'm waiting for. Maybe it's the second game? But the fact that, like, Phoenix isn't in any of these is shocking. I feel like he would have been at least one of these cases somewhere. Like, he's constantly mentioned. Not by name, mind you. Just by, like, implication.
I didn't do it, pal. I swear my honor as a detective. I really didn't.
Your words are useless. I place my trust only in the evidence, detective. Once the investigation is fully over, and should we find out that you are the killer, there will be no mercy to be had for you.
Have a heart, pal.
But you're not worried, right? After all, you have nothing to worry about if you really are innocent, that is.
That's right. Hey, pal. Go and do your perfect investigation and get the real killer for me, will ya?
I would have done so even if had you not requested me to, detective. I think you could actually see him back in the theme park case. Wait, really? Where? Wait, do you have a link to that? Sounds like if you're saying you did your research. Do you have a link to it? I kind of want to see it, actually. So you and Mr. Faraday had a small meeting last week, did you? And what exactly did you do to make him so angry?
I just asked Detective Bad the same thing myself, pal. Turns out he was mad at me because on my very first day as detective, I reported into my usual post instead of the Criminal Affairs Department. By the time I got down to Criminal Affairs, I was really late. And that's when he gave me that huge speech. I remember doing the same exact thing in elementary school. On the first day of school every year, I'd always wind up going to my old classroom.
How pathetic for a detective to be comparable to a mere school child. Yeah, but this is a Von Karma school child. She's trying to sympathize with him, and Edgeworth can't do anything but shit on him. You claim to be standing guard in front of the door to lobby number 2 during the recess. However, when did you receive the order to do so? And from whom?
Earlier, around 3:20. That's from Detective Bad, pal. Today's trial took a really crazy turn. So I was told to make sure nothing happened to Mr. Faraday. And yet, something did happen to him, correct? It looks like it was a total waste of manpower to assign you to guard duty. Ow, it would sting worse than your whip, pal.
So it's Detective Bad who ordered him to stand guard, huh? Now then, Detective Gumshoe, is there anything else you'd like to tell me?
Nope, not a thing, pal.
What was with the hesitation?
In that case, allow us to take a look at what you are carrying on your personage. Wait, you can't do that. There's nothing of any particular value here. All my handcuffs and my badge were confiscated by Detective Bad, so, you know.
And what is that open envelope I see sticking out of your coat pocket?
Hands off, pal. Just show it to us already.
Is that his salary? Or what's left of it? A bonus? Annual bonus check within $5 total. Except there is no check inside. $5 bonus?
Imagine, look, now give it back, pal. It's my first bonus as a brand new detective. I just got it and cashed it today. I had literally no cash on me up until I did, you know. That envelope is real special to me. Now give it back.
Well, maybe it was only $5 because he's only been a detective for like a week. That would kind of make sense.
You don't need rubbish like these. Don't worry, we'll throw it away for you later. Could you?
Detective Gumshoe's annual bonus of $5. Literally had no money on him until he cashed this.
Now, how is that going to be relevant to the case? Oh, here we go. Oh, it's an achievement? I probably just missed it then. Which one did you say it is? That's it. There it is. Achievement. Oh, what? Okay, I guess I didn't go that way. Oh, that sucks. So he is in the game. He was just like a secret. I can't find a picture. That's okay. Damn, I would have liked to see him. I might have to look more into that later. Unfortunately, it'd be pretty hard to go back because I've only used the one save file. I'm sorry, but I will need to take him in for questioning now. I think I've asked him just about everything I needed to. No, wait. Since he became a suspect, there is one piece of evidence I should reconfirm. Officer, I asked you wait a second. I still have one thing I'd like to reconfirm with Detective Gumshoe. Understood, but please make it brief, sir. I want to hear it from the horse's mouth. I must confirm whether or not his testimony about when the crime occurred is the truth. It's a bookshelf. What's this? Judge's Trial Exchange Log. It appears to be a journal where the various judges share their thoughts and ideas. The real daily lives of the judges are laid out here in these pages. There's nothing about the court in here. It's just page after page of unrelated drivel. Judging by the content, they are very enthusiastic about the courthouse's daily menu. And it would appear that fried oysters are a favorite. Wow, that's a fancy courthouse. I have no use for such foolishly foolish words from that foolishly foolish crowd. Someone please assure me that this is not the true state of the country's judiciary. So I need to confirm one piece of evidence with him? I don't know what evidence that would be. Well, I guess he said about when everything took place, but do we have a theoretical time for that? Oh, 4 p.m. Okay. Maybe I just need to present that to him. I'd like to ask you a little bit about this. I'm not saying a beat, pal, because I'm not the killer, okay? You misunderstand. I was going to ask you about that. All I've ever wanted to do was become a detective, pal. So I never wanted to be a killer. Seems he doesn't want to talk about anything unrelated to his predicament. Like, isn't that what I'm supposed to be asking him about? Where is it? Let's confirm whether or not his testimony about when the crime occurred is the truth. Oh, okay. Do I have to present his thing then? Oh yeah, his testimony. You told me earlier that you had heard no sound other than the gunshot out in the hallway. Is that correct? No mistake about it, pal. Then you are also claiming that no one passed through the hallway either? Is that also correct? Yep. Not even a single ant passed through that hall while I was on duty. A single ant, you say? You do realize that the lie you're telling is only making life more difficult for yourself? Huh? Oh, but it's true. I didn't see anyone go through the hallway, and I didn't hear anything else, pal. I bet the killers found a way to kill those two guys beyond what I found a way to kill the two guys that's beyond what I can even imagine. So he intends to continue telling this ridiculous lie. But why would he do so given the situation he's in? I believe a thorough investigation of the hallway in front of the defendant lobbies is in order. As long as episode 3, right when you get to the Wild West area after the crime scene reconstruction with the Pink Badger. The achievement is called Right Over Here. Oh! Let me take a look at that again. Oh, it's that girl again. Well, we were just talking about her. Wait, what? No, I think you had it right, because, like, the link you gave me... Whoops, pressing buttons by accident. The link you gave me, that seemed like it was the right one. Oh, you found a picture, okay.
Oh, this is a different guide. Okay. Immediately before after the previous achievement, after you finish the crime scene reconstruction, where the pink badger is, you'll be taken back to the Wild West area. From there, head right to the Gatewater main gate. Oh, I didn't know you could leave! Oh. Okay, so then that makes this not the first case where you can transition to other areas, because I thought I was stuck in the Wild West area. It did not seem like I could leave. Huh. Interesting. Well, that's unfortunate. I would have liked to have seen that. I don't think there's any easy way to just, like, go back to specific chapters of a case. Dude, what the fuck? The hell was that about?
How could you have not noticed that coming?
Wasn't that the child I changed money for earlier? What the hell's going on here?
Kids can sometimes be so cruel.
It looks like she dropped something.
Swiss roll dropped by the mysterious young girl. Says courthouse special on it.
Maybe we should arrest the girl. She might turn out to be a valuable lead.
I believe some sort of punishment may need to be dealt the next time we meet. I believe I've asked all that I need of this man. Now, for Detective Bad and the judge.
You have to confirm who is correct. The judge was at Scarface, right? I suppose we should inspect the hallway in front of lobby number 2 next then.
I suppose so. Shall we head on over, Franziska? God, why is this, like, room so laggy? Why is this entire case so laggy? I don't recall it being... the other 3 cases being this laggy. This one's just weird. A previous link is smoke and crack. Nothing on there is right, so the Steam guide's the actually good one. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'll take your word for it, because it looks like the Steam guide is much more nicely laid out. Like, I did a Control F for right over here on the first guide you linked, and it wasn't even on there.
So, did you see anything else?
No, I don't think so.
I see. Well, thanks for your cooperation.
Oh, it's nothing. Just doing my duty as a defender of the law.
That'll be all for now. I'll ask again if I have any other questions.
Anytime, Detective. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have a few loose ends I have to tie up. Oh, you're that new prosecutor Mr. Von Karma recommended, right?
My name is Miles Edgeworth, Your Honor. And I'm Manfred Von Karma's daughter, Franziska Von Karma. I'm set to become the successor to my genius father any day now, Your Honor.
I see. It's the new prosecutor recommended by Von...
my tongue.
Are you alright, Your Honor?
Please feel free to refer me as just Miss Von Karma, Your Honor. As for him, it's just Edgeworth is fine.
Or at least somebody doesn't feel that I'm worthy of a proper title. Very well then. I shall call you Miss Von Karma and Mr. Prosecutor Edgeworth.
Your Honor, Mr. Edgeworth is fine, sir. Now about your earlier testimony.
Yes? What about it, Mr. Edgeworth?
I would like to ask you a few questions about what exactly you saw.
Alright. After all, it's my duty to clarify my testimony as defender of the law.
I greatly appreciate your cooperation, Your Honor. Have fun the past I'm going to bed. Alright, well thanks for coming by tonight. What time is it? I'm going to probably go until the next, like, to be continued. I think that's usually a good stopping point. Now the first thing I'll need to do is figure out that detective's exact movements. Alright, well let's start with the vending machine since that seems to be the lead that got us here.
It would appear that these vending machines sell snacks and various other foods.
Vending machine that sells courthouse special goods. New sweet items are for sale. $6 for a single Swiss roll? That's, like, more expensive than the gas station. Just lovely. What will they think of next?
Don't be a jerk in the court, like these beef jerks. One packet for $9.
It probably has, like, 3 pieces of jerky in it.
Defendant's fresh milk. 1/2 pint for $7. Stay neutral as the Swiss do until the end with these, for $6. They're awfully overpriced.
Lineup is simply awful, period.
Speaking of snacks, I wonder if that Swiss roll the little girl dropped is from this machine.
I was wondering about that myself.
Maybe we should buy one and find out.
When you're in hot water, you might need a hot dog. Looks like this slogan was decided through a public contest, and the winner was Prosecutor Winston Payne.
What a pathetic slogan. No presence at all. Now, if it was up to me, it would read, if you leave matters in a Von Karma's hands, everyone in court will be found guilty dogs.
That's worse even.
Overruled.
Don't be a jerk in court like these beef jerks.
I see.
Miles Edgeworth, wouldn't you agree that it's a very clever pun?
Do you really think they put that much effort into the product name?
Even a foolish fool could understand the foolish thinking of the fool who made it up. You're acting so foolishly that I got so thoroughly mad, and am now utterly famished.
If you wanted a pack of these, all you had to do was ask like a normal person. Don't let the prosecution and the defense make a ham sandwich out of you.
It sounds like it's directed at that ham of a judge.
Well, it certainly isn't directed at me. I can outmaneuver him any day. When it's looking bad, blind your opposition with some OJ.
No way! They didn't! There's no way! What the fuck? Does the orange juice come with a free glove? Oh my god. I wonder what that was in Japanese. Who took advantage of this situation when translating this game?
Don't worry, my Vipomix says that anybody following this advice won't be for long.
Compared to the sting of a whip, the sting of orange juice may not be so bad. Defendant's fresh milk. What exactly is that supposed to mean?
I bet it means that the milk is freshly milked by various defendants on trial right now.
You know what? I like that explanation more than what I was thinking.
No, I think it might mean that this was milked right here and from the very spot.
Okay, Edgeworth, we don't need to be thinking the same thing here. Let's go back to the orange juice.
Miles Edgeworth, you can't possibly be serious.
Of course not.
Holy shit, this machine.
Stay neutral as the Swiss do until the end with these. The end of what?
Well, I assume it means the end of the trial. I suppose this means that one should eat these during a recess?
You can't eat during a trial, so I suppose the only time you can eat them is now, huh?
I wouldn't mind if you wanted to eat one now. They come in packs of 2 after all.
2 of those thinly sliced Swiss rolls for $6. Absolutely not. $8 for like a single ham sandwich is also ridiculous, because I bet it's not even 4 triangles, it's probably 1 triangle.
Well, it's the middle of an investigation. Besides, I don't have $6 on me.
If you want, we can pool our money and buy a pack together.
I have to split it with you, then I don't want it.
Nothing else here. Oh, I can't believe that orange juice.
Doesn't look like there's any contradictory left in this area. Suppose not. Perhaps I should check somewhere else.
Yo, you okay down there?
Did you find something, officer?
I think there's a $5 bill back there.
Come on, just a little more. Is there no one working in this crime scene who isn't a total waste of living tissue?
Unfortunately, there doesn't seem to be a single person who we can deem useful here. Have you found any suspicious fingerprints, officer?
Nope, just fingerprints of those involved with the case, sir.
I guess we all know all of the players in this case then, huh?
It would appear that way. I have the nagging feeling that we're missing something. And I suspect that what we're missing is hiding right here in the crime scene somewhere.
It's making a most ridiculous looking face.
That may be, but at least it doesn't look like someone who would tell a lie on purpose.
I suppose. But to Von Karma, evidence is the only thing that carries any weight.
Of course. At any rate, this poster seems to be of no use to us right now. There are no signs that this fire extinguisher was used in the crime.
If you could already tell from a distance, then why are you wasting your time examining it?
Franziska, let's not try to rush to absolute genius. Okay, we can't leave this room. Alright, I need to check these ants. Like, why are there ants in the courtroom? Okay, let's start with the more straightforward things.
What's the matter?
I pricked myself on one of this cactus's needles. I didn't think the needles on this thing would be so sharp.
Well, what did you expect? Can't you imagine how bad it would be if you were hit on the head by one of these? Anyway, this cactus seems to be unrelated to our case.
Do you really think so? Because I believe that this cactus sitting on this windowsill is completely related.
What? It's a cactus! What do you mean it's related? I don't think the murder weapon was a cactus.
Although that'd be pretty funny.
Oh, well then, I look forward to your explanation on how exactly it is related.
What is this? It's a pink-colored piece of trash, made of rubber. Piece of pink trash found on the windowsill of the hallway window. I feel like I've seen something like this before.
Well, all I see is a piece of garbage. But you know, the fact is there is a litter we're running loose inside the courthouse. It's simply unforgivable.
So unforgivable, Edgeworth had to be whipped. Again. It's not like it was I who littered.
Rubbish belongs in the rubbish bin.
Okay, why are there ants coming into the third floor window of the courthouse? The ants are hard at work carrying their food home. It's a marvel what they can pick up, that they can pick up such comparatively large objects to their size.
Well, if you want to carry the mighty Von Karma name and not be squished under it, you'd better work extra hard. Just like these ants.
Same goes for you, Franziska. How do we go down? Oh, right stick. What did they find anyways?
What is these black speckles?
I believe it's a pile of ants eating away.
Oh, that detective. He claims that not a single ant slipped by him. And yet here is a whole hill of them.
Ugh. What are you hitting me for?
As a replacement for that pathetic detective.
Perhaps I should add this deduction to the detective's growing tab of pay cuts.
Anyway, I wonder what the ants are eating.
From the look and sweet smell of it, pieces of cake and chocolate from a Swiss roll. Found on the floor of the bench, a hill of ants are attracted to the sweet scent. There are ants in the courtroom in the first place.
Yes, Edgeworth. The courthouse is to be kept pristine at all times.
Oh, he wasn't eating it? It wasn't me who dropped the food on the ground.
The courthouse must be kept clean.
Ugh. Alright, handprint. This is probably relevant. The dirt on this bench. It smells like some sort of sweet substance.
I can't believe there's someone going around dirtying the courthouse. For shame.
Hold it!
Calm down, Franziska. Now, take a good look. Doesn't this smudge look kind of like a handprint to you?
I suppose it could be.
Which means that perhaps we can lift the prints of the person who sullied this bench.
I see. And then we'll know the identity of our mystery slob.
You there, the lab technician. Could you please find out who this handprint belongs to? Sir, yes sir. I've got the results of the fingerprint analysis, sir. And? Do we know who they belong to? Sir, fingerprints belong to Detective Gumshoe. Oh, interesting.
Good work, officer. So is he taking a break? Maybe there weren't any ants then. Maybe that's why he didn't see them.
And there you have it.
I mean, if he caused the mess, then maybe that's why he didn't see the ants, because they weren't there yet.
Yes, I suppose so.
Thus, we know the identity of the person who dirtied the bench.
I sense that you and I will be using this information in very different ways.
I still find it impressive that ants somehow climbed up through a third-story window just to get to that pile of crumbs.
Detective Bat, I have something I wish to inquire about.
Hey, how about doing some actual work, you?
I wish to inquire into Detective Gumshoe's movements during the recess.
Again, in the way of the investigation.
I have an order from Mr. Von Karma himself, but I still hold investigative authority. So I hear you're the one who called for Detective Gumshoe to come down here.
Faraday, that guy was just accused, you know? I just knew something bad was gonna happen. My detective's instinct told me. A lot of good it did you. You couldn't even protect one lone prosecutor with it.
Hold it!
Even she's frightened.
Franziska, I think you need to apologize.
I'm sorry.
I'm terribly sorry, Detective Bat. Please continue.
I used the phone on the first floor and called the precinct. I told them to send somebody over. And that detective's the one that showed up.
And only upon his arrival did you set Detective Gumshoe to stand guard, Detective Bat.
Yeah, I waited for him on the first floor. After he got here, we came up to these defendant lobbies together. As we entered this hallway, we ran into you. She told us that Faraday was really mad, and that he dragged Rel off to lobby number 2 to have a word or something. And that Faraday had said to not let anyone interrupt them. So what choice did I have? All I could do was tell the big lug to stand guard outside.
And around what time did all of that take place?
Let's see. I think it was about 30 minutes before I heard the gunshot. After giving the big lug his assignment, he never left the hallway. Not once.
So he's actually corroborating Gumshoe's testimony then.
Oh? And how can you make such a claim? One of the guards out in this floor's main lobby swore to me he didn't.
If the detective never left the hallway, then where did he disappear off to?
That's simple. He must have gone into lobby number 2 just as I had suspected. You and I, we were in lobby number 1 next door. The only one without an alibi is Gumshoe.
It would seem that I'm still missing some key pieces of information.
So this guy's saying that he didn't leave, but he's also saying that he doesn't have an alibi. Some other officers also claim that Gumshoe didn't leave the hallway. Then why was the judge the only one so far that said that he saw him leave the hallway? Or at least said he saw him not in the hallway.
Detective Bat, you also heard the gunshot, did you not?
Yeah, I heard it when I was in defendant lobby number 1. That's why I came running towards lobby number 2 together with you.
How much time elapsed between you hearing the gunshot and your arrival on the scene?
Less than a minute.
What were your movements upon hearing the gunshot?
I grabbed the big lug that was just walking around in the hall and raced into lobby number 2. And that's when we discovered the bodies. That makes you the discoverer of the crime scene, does it, right? Yeah, I guess it does. Little miss. You're about to become a prosecutor very soon. You will treat me with the dignity I deserve, or else. You wave that thing around anymore, and I'll have you arrested for obstruction, little miss. You wouldn't dare.
Just joking. Detective Bat is really something if he can make Franziska behave. Are we about done? Is there anything else I should ask him about? Find me here at the gunshot. That'd be important. I'd like for you to tell me the exact time you heard the gunshot. It was around the end of the recess, and the trial was about to start again, I think. He was supposed to make time for himself to transfer the evidence he was holding. But I got the sense he wasn't going to show for the handoff. So I figured I should go get him, or he'd be late. And just as I thought that, bang, the sound of a gunshot hit my eardrums. So I heard the gunshot right before the trial was about to restart, huh? Heard the gunshot right before the trial was about to start again. Do we know when the trial was about to restart? That would be really nice. Are we done here? I don't have any time to waste. Oh, come on. All you're doing is standing in front of the store, doing nothing. I get the sense that he is someone investigating this crime scene. Or rather, that he is keeping us under surveillance. But to what end? Detective Bat, may I ask you to cooperate with us for just a bit longer? I don't have anything else to say to the two of you. You guys were the ones who said you wanted to investigate in the first place. Liza, be absent. We'll just do as we please. Come on, Miles. You may no longer be willing to help us, however, may I ask for the forensic scientist's cooperation? Do as you like. Well, thanks for that. It is appreciated. Oh, I can't ruffle around in the garbage bins. Your Honor, I'd like to ask you a few questions if you don't mind. Where were you at the time of the murder? Do you suspect me of something? No, nothing of the sort, Your Honor. Very well. You may continue with your testimony. Your Honor, it's your testimony I'm after. Oh! I had no idea you were chasing after me or my testimony. I began to sense I might want to avoid being in a trial run by this judge. Let's see here. Now then, how should I put this? When you get to be my age, you need to pay more frequent visits to the restroom. If you take a look through the window at the end of this hall, you'll see a small window. This is the window to the men's restroom. In other words, you can see clearly into this hallway from the men's restroom. That's a little weird, but okay, sure. I was going into the restroom, that detective, Gumshoe, was it? Well, he was standing in front of the vending machines, buying something from it. However, and this I couldn't believe. When I was about to exit the restroom, there was not a soul in the hallway anymore. Your Honor, if you could please calm down and explain it to me rationally. Oh, I'm really sorry. Please let me regain my composure. It was really suspicious. That's what my finely honed judge's intuition said. Although, well, until the murders occurred, I just sort of brushed it off. Apparently this judge doesn't understand the concept of staying calm. That's probably all I'm going to find out from his honor. Mr. Edgeworth, may I return to my other duties now? Yes, I'm sorry to have held you up. Thank you for your cooperation, Your Honor. Anytime, Mr. Edgeworth. Anytime. The judges in these countries seem rather friendly. Yes, if not a little wishy-washy. However, I hear that they are known to hand down very fair verdicts. I think I might understand how he might have, mistaken Gumshoe's disappearance now. Alright, I guess we're probably putting the pieces together. Let's see. Vending machine and crumbs? I mean, clearly those have to be related. These bits of chocolate and cake, could they not have come from a Swiss roll? A Swiss roll? Why would a courthouse sell a thing like that? It may not seem like the right venue, however it is being sold right over there.
The vending machine? Ah, I see. They neutralize the Swiss do until the end with these. Do for $6. Talk about expensive.
Leaving the fact that it's on the expensive side aside, the fact that the cake crumbs and chocolate bits are found in this hallway suggests that they came from a Swiss roll that was purchased from this machine. I think I have a pretty clear picture of what happened here now.
Naturally. After all, I'm here, aren't I?
Detective Gumshoe must have sat on his bench as he ate a Swiss roll. And as he ate, he dropped it on the floor and sullied the bench. Well, that seems like something he would do.
How could he have not cleaned up after himself? How utterly despicable!
Don't you dare whip me again. It wasn't I who made the mess in the first place. Anyway, if it was indeed Detective Gumshoe who brought the Swiss roll, that creates a rather interesting contradiction of facts.
A contradiction? Where?
I think another look at the special courthouse vending machine is in order. Yeah, I think I know what he's getting at. I was just thinking it too. We have to click on this again? Oh, we have to deduce. Hopefully that's good enough. Yeah, I know exactly what it relates to. Where is it? This one. About Detective Gumshoe's finances. He said that until this morning, he didn't have even a single penny on his personage.
Just how poor is that guy?
If his bonus really was only $5, then he should not have been able to purchase a pack of Swiss rolls. However, facts being as they are, we found cake crumbs on the floor.
Meaning, Scruffy must have bought a pack somehow.
Indeed. That detective should not have been able to purchase a pack, and yet he did. The question is, how? Oh, I think I know what's going on here. I think I know exactly how this happened, and it all has to do with a certain girl asking for change. Why Edgeworth, I don't know, but I think I know what's going on here. Do we have any other info we can do? No? I don't think so. Who else do I need to talk to? Or do I have to click on this again? Is there something I can deduce here? Oh, okay. We're done here. I'm guessing this is also done. Yeah. Maybe I'll talk to Detective Bad again. Do I present something to him? I don't think so. Maybe? No. Nothing here. Okay. Not really sure what I'm supposed to do. Oh, maybe I need to talk to Franziska. That sometimes needs to be a thing. Yeah, we get it. You got nothing to say. Okay, maybe Franziska has an idea. Because we had to do that in like the very first case, I remember. How do we talk to you? Like this? Let's see. Hallway window.
So according to the judge, someone looking through the western window that you can see from the window at the end of this hall, can he send it to this hall? I wonder exactly how true that statement is, don't you?
Well, it is possible to get a pretty clear view of this hallway from that restroom.
Is there really a men's bathroom window through the window at the end of this hall?
Of course. Can you not see it?
I demand that you show me this view at once.
I suppose I should go examine that window once again anyway.
This is a pretty spacious hallway, but it's nothing compared to the ones at home.
Indeed, because the house itself is a bit too spacious.
However, even with this much space, there's nowhere for that scruff face to hide. Well, other than the crime scene just beyond these doors.
Franziska, I believe it's much too early to draw any conclusions. It was already proven that Detective Gumshoe was in this hallway the entire time. Now all we need to do is gather more information. And to do that, I'll just have to examine everything I see here by myself.
We've gathered so much information, but They feel like just random fragments to me. I wonder what really happened here.
Random fragments. No matter how unrelated they may seem at first, they might actually fit together somehow.
I got tired of your inner monologues. Say something.
I'm going to end up in pieces before I can piece the logic together thanks to that whip. Can I know he said he was done, but yeah, do I need to like click on the bathroom window? Oh yeah, this is new technically. So that window on the other side belongs to the men's restroom.
I can't see it.
At your height? I'm not surprised. I guess short people have feelings too.
Oh my god.
Yeah, because we checked everything else. Oh, we didn't click on the bench apparently. Ants are pouring out of the hole in this bench as well. I wonder if the inside of this bench consists of nothing but ants.
Don't you dare continue with that cursed line of thought.
I'm sorry.
First, he's thinking they're selling milk milked from defendants, and now he thinks a bench is filled with ants. Jesus Christ, Edgeworth. Holy shit.
Oh, you know what? I bet I know where that trash came from. That's probably what we need to do.
Well, I don't know how that's related, but it's probably the case.
This pink rubbery substance. I saw this in a different form earlier today. I believe this is a piece of a popped balloon.
I suppose that is possible.
The balloon probably got a little too close to our friend in the windowsill cactus. What if the balloon was filled with ants?
That would be the logical conclusion, yes?
Oh, there we go. That was the missing piece of the puzzle. The balloon and the cactus. I believe we have a very firm grasp on what happened here.
Well, I do too.
All right, Francisca. Would you care to share what conclusions you've come to?
Why should I do that? We're still in the middle of a competition, you know. We should be checking to see if your conclusions are wrong first, so you go ahead.
It's almost cute that she's going this far to ensure that she wins. Almost. Very well, but first we need to pay His Honor a visit to correct his testimony. Your Honor, if I may, I'd like to test your witness testimony to see how it stands up.
Do you doubt me? Am I your new suspect?
Yeah, I'm waiting to see that case where the judge is put on the witness stand. In a sense, I suppose you could say that.
Even you, a judge, are nothing but a common witness before a Von Kammer.
Silence in the courtroom. Silence, I say.
Mr. New Prosecutor, recommended by Manfred Von Kammer and Miss Genius Prosecutor, successor to... You bit your tongue again, didn't you? As a defendant of the law, I could never give false testimony. You can even place me under oath if you want.
Very well then. Your testimony, if you please. Actually facing off with the judge.
During the recess, I went to the restroom. There was a window on the hallway side. In other words, I could see into the hallway. As I entered, I saw the detective buying something from the vending machines. But when I was about to exit the restroom, he had completely disappeared. A detective that goes busy while on duty? That sounds mighty suspicious to me.
Your Honor, can you please try to remain calm?
I'm so used to simply listening to testimonies, I've got caught up in the excitement.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, but I'm afraid I'm going to have to spoil your fun now. I like this case. It's been like doing all the things that I've hoped would happen at some point, like, you know, cross-examining the judge, getting to actually explore the courthouse, standing on the judge's stand. Your Honor, why exactly did you pay a visit to the restroom, if I may ask?
Oh, well, isn't it obvious? What else do you go to the restroom for? Or maybe, I knew it. You suspect me of some sort of tomfoolery, don't you?
Please stay calm, Your Honor. This is gonna be much harder than I anticipated. It was your fault for asking such a dumb question.
I'm sorry. You're right, I need to think things through with a level head. I'm just nervous because so much has happened today with this trial. Let's see, I announced a recess and a time for us to reconvene. But having done all that, I still wasn't able to go to the restroom right away.
And why couldn't you?
Mr. Faraday had been accused, so I had paperwork to process regarding a new prosecutor. Once I had finished that, I was finally able to make a mad dash to the restroom.
At least he stayed consistent on the going to the restroom part of his testimony. Man really had to go. I mean, you can't deny that. Your Honor, did you really go to the men's restroom?
What is the meaning of this statement?
I simply meant that perhaps you went to a restroom on a different floor.
I had to go for such a long time. It was all I could do to dash to the closest one to the courtroom.
I suppose that's only natural given his circumstances.
I ran from the courtroom through this floor's main lobby and down the hallway. Once you enter, you can see there's a window just above the urinals. And it was through that window that you witnessed Detective Gumshoe.
And it was through that window you witnessed Detective Gumshoe, Your Honor.
Yes, exactly.
Your Honor, there's no need to yell. I can hear you just fine.
Oh, I guess I put a little too much into that last answer. Now then, let's continue with the testimony.
Are you sure that person you witnessed was Detective Gumshoe, Your Honor?
Yes, I'm absolutely sure. It's hard to miss someone of this stature, even from as far away as the restroom. Besides, I can't think of anyone else with that hairstyle and big beige coat.
Well, I was simply wondering if you were mistaken in what you saw.
What? Preposterous! My eyes are sharp as can be, ready to see through lies to the truth. Although recently, things do seem to be a bit fuzzier than they used to be.
Clearly, his eyes are not the only things that have gone fuzzy.
But allow me to say with all the honor and dignity of the judge, I am not mistaken in what I saw.
He disappeared. But Your Honor, didn't you just say, I saw that detective buying something from the vending machines?
Why, yes, I did. The restroom window looks over the courtyard and right into the hallway. But just as I was about to exit, I took another look, and there was no one in sight. That led me to the only solution to this mystery. The detective must have gone into the crime scene, lobby number 2 at that point.
So he looked into the hallway from the restroom and over the courtyard, did he? Your Honor, I ask you please remain calm.
No. I am perfectly calm.
You're being anything but perfectly calm.
It appears that His Honor could not have been mistaken in what he saw.
I suppose so, given his line of sight. However, Franziska, why do you suppose our lines of sight are so different?
If you're referring to my height.
Can't you hold that whip still for just a second? Now, how about His Honor's testimony? I believe his line of sight to be an important factor.
If it's that important, why don't you hurry up and tell him already?
I will, but there's one more thing I need to do if I'm to correct His Honor's testimony. I'm going to need to retrace Detective Gumshoe's movements. I think I know exactly how this is going to go. Alright, so we need to present on... Which one is it? Completely disappeared. Yeah, probably this one. Where is it going to be? This maybe? Because he was sitting on the bench? I mean, that's why he disappeared, is because he probably sat below the windowsill. It's probably this one. Yeah.
What was that finger wag for, Mr. Edgeworth? And don't you know it's rude to shout objection while someone is giving his testimony?
If you truly are a man of the law, then you must always be vigilant. For example, I never let an opportunity to shout objection pass me by.
But Edgeworth, it's one thing to be passionate about your job, but this is real life.
This is what some people may say is the pot calling the kettle black. Your Honor, I wonder if you might take a look at this for me.
What is that filth? How dare someone dirty the hallway bench like that? Who is the culprit? That party is hereby found guilty of uncleanliness.
You must know the uncouth bench soulier has already been placed under arrest thanks to your earlier testimony, Your Honor.
Oh, well that's good, but who is it?
We were able to discover something from the smudge on the bench, namely Detective Gumshoe's fingerprints.
Not happy with just committing murder, he had to go and dirty the courthouse too? Guilty!
Your Honor, please calm down. Well, it's true that the detective is the one who made the mess on the bench. We have not yet established that this action is related to the double murder.
What do you mean?
I believe the detective bought a pack of Swiss rolls from the vending machine, and then promptly sat down on the bench to eat one. The cake crumbs and pieces of chocolate on the floor under the bench, and Detective Gumshoe's fingerprints proved my conclusions to be true.
Oh, but I still don't understand. Is this the whole thing related to how I couldn't see him as I was leaving the restroom?
It is indeed. The window in the hallway was built rather high up into the wall, at around a grown adult's chest height. As evidence, I submit that Francisca herself was unable to see out of that window. That was a very delayed whip. I knew I shouldn't have used her height as evidence. Sometimes, you know, you can't... No pain, no gain. But basically, what this means is that the area directly under the hallway window is a blind spot when the hallway is being viewed from the men's restroom.
Then...
Seems that you have made the connection. If someone were to sit on the bench under the window... Yes, even someone as large as Detective Gumshoe would effectively disappear from sight.
What?
Do you finally see, Your Honor? Your testimony has just proven that Detective Gumshoe was in the hallway the entire time.
Sorry. I didn't mean to say it with that much enthusiasm. All I wanted to do was try saying it once. Here, let me try that again. Hold it!
Is there something of value you'd like to say?
Yes, actually there is. I remembered something else just now. Mr. Edgeworth, please allow me to testify to the court one more time. Even if we overruled him, he'd just keep on talking, wouldn't he?
That might not be a bad thing. The more info, the better. The more info, the better in a perfect investigation, right?
I suppose it's possible you can't see a seated person from the restroom window. However, that doesn't mean that detective was sitting there when I looked. Anyway, I forgot to testify earlier about probably the most important detail. As I was leaving the restroom, I heard the loud bang of a gunshot.
A gunshot carried all the way over there? Dang. Well, I guess if they were in the room also facing the courtyard, then that would actually make sense.
What was that? That is the testimony of one who judges the crimes of others.
Your Honor, could you try to state the important facts first next time?
I agree. Before you go around judging others, you should learn to judge your own facts. I'm sorry, but honestly, I thought that sound was just a noise popper until just now.
I think he mentions it right before we restart the trial. He did talk about that.
Oh, by the way, was there someone celebrating a birthday during the recess? I could have sworn that I heard a popper going off. Come to think of it, the other day with my grandson.
Most critical point in this argument is when did the judge look into the hallway? And whether that lines up with when the gun was actually fired. Your Honor, if I may, I'd like to clarify a few details in your testimony. So we still don't know like the exact time that the gun went off.
Like, it was during the recess, but that doesn't tell us anything specific.
In that case, you can see that you were overconfident in your last testimony.
Now hold on there. I just said it's possible that you can't see a seated person from the restroom this time. But you know something? I don't think you know when the prints you referenced were left on that bench, do you?
Ooh, I didn't even think of that. That's true.
You have proven that it's possible the detective was sitting. I still have a problem with just when those fingerprints were left.
He's right. I have yet to prove when the fingerprints were left on that bench. While he feigns ignorance, His Honor has seen a lot of his life. This judge mustn't underestimate him.
Wouldn't him testifying like this actually put him, or make him, like, ineligible to judge this case? Like, they would have to get a different judge now, wouldn't they? Because now he's biased, since he's testimonied. Or he's testified. A conflict of interest, as it were.
As we established, you went to the restroom during the recess. However, at what point in the recess did you look into that hallway?
After I called for recess, I handled the change of prosecutor paperwork. Maybe about 20 minutes until we reconvened. Yes, that sounds about right.
Just as I expected.
What are you expecting? I demand to know what all that all-knowing smile is for.
Your Honor, that statement you made just now is very important. I'd like for you to append it to your testimony.
Oh, all right, if you insist.
20 minutes before we reconvened. Very well. What did you do after that?
Let's see. I had to make some preparations, so I rushed straight back to the courtroom. I also had to track down a few pieces of paperwork for the various bailiffs.
So you rushed back to the courtroom despite having just heard a gunshot?
Well, at the time, I thought it was just the sound of a noise popper. I really couldn't think of any other explanation than someone having a birthday party.
Ah, yes, because when I have a birthday party, you know, the first place I want to have a birthday party is inside a courthouse.
But no, not that this has happened.
I see. Thinking back, the judge did mention something to that effect when we reconvened. If it's something that forgettable, I don't need to hear it.
But all I did was forget to mention it. That sort of excuse may work on other people, but not on a Von Karma. Oh. But it's such an important piece of testimony. Please give me a chance to present it.
I suppose I have no choice in the matter. Your Honor, about what you just said.
I know, I couldn't believe it myself, but bang went the gunshot, and I had a knee-jerk reaction. Ah, like this, yes, just like this, with a quick ah.
Your Honor, please remain calm when trying to give and to explain yourself to me.
Yes, sir. Sorry about that. Now then, I must gather myself. Yes. When I heard the gunshot, there was no one in the hall. I should know. I looked. There was no one there.
This judge's emotion circuits appear to be stuck on overreact.
And they will be for the next 7 years.
I believe that we finally found the flaw in His Honor's testimony.
Yet sadly, he's completely oblivious to it. But I guess I can't really expect him to be aware of it. Well, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and fill him in. At least that thing finally came in handy.
Indeed.
Now let's see what happens when I present it to His Honor. Wait, what are we presenting? I'm not sure I fully figured out what exactly we're presenting here. I suppose it's possible you can't see a seated person from the restroom window. Doesn't mean the detective was sitting there when I looked. Okay, maybe that? What do we have for that? Dropped by the mysterious young girl. It's priced at 2 for $6. I looked into Hallway about 20 minutes before we were to reconvene. Do we have... Was in hall on guard duty other than gunshot, didn't hear sign of struggle. Approximately 4 p.m. Okay, well we don't know when 20 minutes before we... I don't know when we were supposed to reconvene, is the issue. So he heard the gunshot as he was leaving the restroom, right? Possible you can't see a seated person from the restroom window, yeah. That doesn't mean the detective was sitting there when I looked. Can I check my history? Let's see. Let's see. Can't really expect him to be aware of it. Well, we already did the whole height thing, so it's not that. I love that we can now see the history. Imagine if we had this for the games with, like, Wendy Oldbag. She just goes rambling for, like, half an hour. Be able to actually see all that text. You heard about what she just said. Couldn't believe it myself, but I heard it. Heard the loud bang of a gunshot. Right, yeah. Just see if there's like anything here in one of the presses that might have been helpful. Let's see. Looked in the hallway about 20 minutes before we reconvene. Had to make some preparations, rush back to the courtroom. Okay. Like suspected, I appended to your testimony. Okay. So that's when we added that one. So the 20-minute thing is probably what we need. Looked into that hallway about 20 minutes before we were to reconvene. But when were we supposed to reconvene? Was that known? I'm trying to think if that was like known info at all. Heard the gunshot right before the trial was about to start again. Yeah. So that checks out. Looked in the hallway about 20 minutes. Oh, no, it doesn't check out. Hang on. There it is. Oh my god, okay. That took me too long to see that one. I knew there was like something with that, I just can't remember from who. I cannot allow you to make an objection. What? Your Honor, I'm really sorry, but I cannot allow you to not allow me to make an objection. Gads, have I been overruled? Your Honor, there are simply too many holes in your testimony for my taste. What do you mean by that? You claim that you heard the gunshot during the recess, but that is simply not possible. It's the new prosecutor recommended by Manfred von... Instead of biting your tongue... So you have no mercy for the elderly either, Franziska. Don't talk back to me unless you want to be whipped into the back. With your height, you need a stepladder of 4 to accomplish that. Oh my god. Mr. Edgeworth, my ears are not that far gone yet, I'll have you know. I can still hear just fine. And I heard the sound of a gunshot loud and clear with my own 2 ears. Well, did you hear the time or something? Was there maybe a statue around announcing the time? Because, yeah, it's fine that you heard a gunshot, but clearly you must have been mistaken about the time you heard the gunshot. Your Honor, I have here an interesting bit of testimony. It's from Detective Bad, and according to him, he heard the gunshot right before the trial was about to start again. What did you just say? Your Honor, you just said that you heard the gunshot about 20 minutes before we were to reconvene. How do you explain this glaring contradiction? That can't be! Unfortunately, that is the truth. But I heard it clear as day. Bang! The loud sound of a gunshot. The sound of a gunshot. We keep returning to this point of contention. And that piece of evidence. I always did wonder why I found it where I did. However, now I understand what that gunshot the judge heard really was. Unfortunately, Your Honor, this is what really produced the gunshot you heard. Oh. Does it really sound like that, though? I've heard a number of balloons popping. I wouldn't call them gunshots. I found this in the object in the hallway earlier. What is that pink substance? You may not look it, but this is actually a piece of a balloon. I see. And I suppose you would like me to accept that pink balloon into the court record? I don't think we're on trial, Judge. Your Honor, I present this piece of evidence in order to overrule your testimony.
What? Your Honor, your argument goes as follows. You saw no one in the hallway when you heard the gunshot. Now, there is no guarantee that the detective was sitting on the bench at the time. Therefore, you believe he must have been at the crime scene, defendant lobby number 2. Am I correct? Yes, that's exactly right. Let me ask you something. Do you think the gunshot you heard was produced by a real gun? I think I've said enough that even you can figure out the rest on your own. Your Honor, you were fooled into the popping of this balloon into thinking it was a gunshot. What manner of trickery is this?
That was a good effort you put forth, Miles Edgeworth. But if it was me, I would have wrapped this thing up before the judge even testified.
Care to elaborate on how one ends something before it even begins? Can't present evidence until you've heard the testimony there, Franziska.
Well, to be honest, I did think that the sound was a bit off from a real gunshot sound, but who could have guessed that someone would pop a balloon in a place like this?
That's true, one doesn't usually think balloons in conjunction with courthouse. Yeah, maybe someone actually was having a birthday party in here. Why was there a balloon in here? That's it! That balloon that girl was holding, it explains everything! Your Honor, if it makes you feel any better, you didn't lie once in your testimony. However, I can't really vouch for its accuracy.
Who knew? Giving testimony could be such a difficult thing to do. What have I done? I owe Detective Gumshoe a very, very big apology. I will see to myself that he is released.
Wait. There are still a few things I have yet to resolve about what happened in the hallway. Your Honor, I request your permission to further question Detective Gumshoe.
But why? I thought we just cleared his name.
Whether we did just now or not, I still cannot say. The only thing I can do for now is to continue my quest for the perfect explanation. And to that end, I must resolve the remaining issues pertaining to the events that occurred in the hallway.
Very well. Bailiff, please bring Detective Gumshoe into the courtroom.
Must fulfill my mission and find the perfect explanation to this case. Alright, this might be the last one we do tonight. We'll question Gumshoe, and then we'll see where we're at. Because I doubt this is going to solve the case, but this is definitely going to probably clear a lot of things up.
What is it now? Is it time for my trial already? I've already told you a gazillion times, pal. I didn't do it.
I'll be the judge of that, Detective Gumshoe.
No, you won't. I will be the judge of that. No. I'm the judge around here, and I'll be the judge of that. But can't you guys be a little less judgmental? Yes, well, speaking of hasty judgments, Detective Gumshoe, I'm afraid I must apologize for an error in judgment on my part.
Your Honor, I don't believe you should apologize just yet. We have yet to prove he is completely innocent of this crime.
I guess so. What are you guys talking about?
In any case, I would like you to testify as your actions while you were on guard duty. And please remember you are not on trial. This is all just part of the investigation. As such, you may still be found to be innocent. However, if you should give false testimony...
Yo! My Whippler Jeff, loud and clear.
If you are found to be lying, you will be held indefinitely. Understood?
I gotcha, pal.
Thinking back on the state of the crime scene and the judge's testimony, it's obvious that Detective Gumshoe is lying. And if I can't break his lie, then we may never get a break in this case.
I came down here to this courthouse on Detective Bad's orders. As soon as I got here, he ordered me to stand guard in front of lobby number 2. From that time on until I heard the gunshot, I was in that hallway the whole time. And my honor as a detective, I swear it wasn't me, pal. Still singing the same tired tune.
In that case, I'll just have to change the melody. I know he's lying, and it's time I pull the information I need out of him. So was it really Detective Bad who called you down here?
You bet it was, pal. I was left in charge of the precinct while everyone was out, and this call comes in. I want you to come down here 1 minute flat, he said. Well, I thought this was my big chance, my first case, so I made a mad dash down here. Although, I couldn't exactly get here in a minute flat.
So how long did it take you?
About 10 minutes, I guess.
And what was Detective Bad doing when you finally made it?
He was waiting for me down on the first floor in the entranceway, pal.
And by he, you mean...
Detective Bad, of course. And this being my first time at the courthouse, he also walked with me up to the 3rd floor hallway in front of the defendant lobbies.
And did you meet anyone along the way?
Well, just as we entered the hallway, we ran into Miss Yu. When he heard from Miss Yu that Mr. Faraday was not to be interrupted, that's when Detective Bad told me to stand guard in the hallway, pal.
So far, Detective Gumshoe's testimony is matching up with Detective Bad's. You claim to have been in the hallway the whole time. However, is it not a fact that you did something while you were in that hallway?
Of course I did something. I guarded the door to lobby number 2, pal. What else?
Very well then. And what exactly does guarding that door entail?
Well, to put it simply... Oh, I know. It was my job to stand in front of the door without moving an inch.
Oh? Detective Gumshoe, you mean to tell me that you didn't take a single step away from the door to lobby number 2? Is that really what you wish to testify to the effect of?
You got it, pal. I didn't take a single step away from that door, just like I was ordered not to.
I don't like the way she's looking right now.
Why is everyone so quiet all of a sudden?
Because we are all in shock. And in awe of your utter stupidity.
Scruffy, if you're going to lie, at least tell us a more believable one. But I'm not lying.
I should hurry up and bring this insipid testimony to a close. I'm only going to ask you one more time, Detective Gumshoe. Are you sure you stood in front of the door to lobby number 2 the entire time?
Yep, after I was told by Detective Bad, I stood in front of that door without a single break. So believe when I say that I was in the hallway the whole time already, pal.
And once again, the stares of disapproval.
Why did everyone go quiet all of a sudden again?
Apparently someone has a bit trouble reading between the lines.
What's that supposed to mean? I don't... Be quiet.
I should hurry up and bring this insipid testimony to a close. Would you also be willing to swear that there was no one else in the hallway besides you?
What are you talking about? I just swore to you that I was doing my job, pal.
Oh? Then what are you acting so nervous for?
What? I'm not nervous at all, pal. Anyway, not a single person other than myself was in the hall the whole time.
I should just let it go. Pursuing this train of thought at this time would just be a waste of time.
That's such a foolish contradiction. And such a foolish testimony is just plain old foolish.
Indeed. However, in the pursuit of the perfect investigation, I'm afraid we have to deal with it. By squashing it under the weight of evidence.
Alright, or stand guard from lobby 2 to a gunshot. Didn't take a single step away from the door. Okay, that's probably it. Do we have something here that proves it? Well, he has his handprint on here. Let's try that first.
I have an objection.
What is it, pal?
Detective Gumshoe, I wonder if you might recognize this from somewhere?
Hey, it's one of those things. The code has special Swiss rolls, right, pal?
Precisely. In that case, I suppose that you also recall the sullied hallway bench?
Hey, you know what? I think it was probably me that did that.
Detective Gumshoe, you know you can't go around dirtying up the courthouse like this.
You inconsiderate, slovenly big. Promise to clean it up later, I swear. Now then, shall we get down to business? About the fact that you didn't move even a single step in front of that door? If that really were the case, then how were you able to buy a pack of Swiss rolls? Furthermore, if you didn't move a single step from in front of that door, how did you manage to get the bench dirty with your grubby hands? It appears that Francisca's whip can do more damage than my words alone can. Alright, I'll confess, pal. I was hungry, so I bought a pack for myself, okay? I thought I'd get chewed out again if anyone found out about me eating on the job. So I didn't want to say anything. And unfortunately for you, I saw you do the whole dastardly deed. I clearly saw you buy the pack of Swiss rolls from the vending machine. Okay, I'm sorry for lying. But that's all I'm sorry for, you got that? Because I'm not holding anything else back. A last statement. It may sound like it made sense. However, there was something I don't quite believe about it. Are you sure you're not withholding further information from us? Huh? Of course not. I got nothing else to hide, pal. I think he is withholding something else. I think we all know what it is. It's that, he didn't buy those Swiss rolls. Although that doesn't explain why the judge, was there able to see him do it. If only that were true, Detective Gumshoe. We all know he stole those Swiss rolls. He probably stole them off that girl. But it is true, pal. So there's nothing else. Detective Gumshoe, I'm sure you are aware of the price of a pack of Swiss rolls, correct? Oh, we're not even, like, gonna do it the whole testimony thing here. We're just gonna straight out, like, pull it. We're gonna just call him out on this. Huh? Mind me again, pal? That vending machine out in the hallway. He's selling packs of 2 Swiss rolls for $6 a pack. And yet, according to you, you didn't have any cash on you until you cashed your $5 annual bonus check. Isn't that right? Oh. Let me ask then, how did you manage to purchase a pack all by yourself? Can you provide me with a proper explanation to that? I told you, I bought it myself, pal. There wasn't anyone else in the hallway with me, so there's no one else who could have helped me buy it. Wait, don't tell me. You got some kind of proof that there was someone else in the hallway, don't you? Correct? As if you could. I mean, what are the chances of that? Wait. You do? Of course I do. What? How? What proof do I have that there must have been someone else in the hallway? Well, I'm gonna say it's this. What the heck is that? I knew you didn't really have anything. Wait, what? This isn't it? Okay, I mean, there's a couple different names that it could be, but I'm surprised it wasn't the balloon. Simply because I know we used it earlier, but I thought for sure it'd be the balloon because we knew that the girl was holding the balloon. But I guess we don't know that the girl was in there with him at the time, so. It has to get all the same, always lying to people. You should stop, you know. I refuse to be lectured by the likes of you, detective. Max, how long do you plan on being strung along by this moronic detective? I have no intention of falling for his lie, because there was definitely a second person. Because if he is truly all alone all along, then that piece of evidence should exist. Okay, proof that there's another person. Maybe this one? I mean, I guess it must be the Swiss roll then. There it is. Hey, you sold that to me not 2 seconds ago, pal. Ah, I think you're under the mistaken impression that I bought this pack of rolls. Wait, you didn't buy it. Then that means you must have stolen it, you thief. Well, I would never do such a thing. All your lies are the same. You started as thieves. You're under arrest, pal. I believe you meant to assert that all thieves start out as liars. And in that case, what does that say about you, detective? This particular Swiss roll was dropped by a certain someone. Oh, there are 2 rolls in this package. You ate one of them, but you gave the other one to a certain other person, didn't you? No way, pal. You got it all wrong. I ate both of them. Why are you covering for this girl? Dude, she's here to... Wow! She's trying it again! What the fuck?
It would appear that we've caught you at last. Hey, don't you dare do anything to that girl! It'll appear that they do know each other after all. So, why do you continue to come to me and kick me? Have I wronged you somehow? Yeah, what the fuck's with the violence?
I have a name, and it's Kay.
Kay what?
Kay Faraday.
We didn't know her last name in the last case, did we? She just called herself Kay the Yatagarasu. Maybe that's why she calls herself that, because Faraday was accused of it, right? Wasn't that who said was accused of it? Yeah, Burn Faraday. Prosecuted the KG8 incident, yeah, and then he was accused of being Yatagarasu. So maybe that like stuck with her or something. That's why she was doing it in the future. Faraday, are you perhaps Mr. Faraday's daughter?
I'm not a you. I'm a Kay.
Kay. You know, good little girls don't kick other people. Especially not hard enough to leave big nasty bruises like the way you do.
Well, then you should have put Gummy under arrest, mister.
Gummy? My guess is that she's talking about Detective Gumshoe. Wow, look at you being the proactive one there, Judge. Usually you need Phoenix to, you know, bring you up to speed on simple things like that.
What a cute nickname you've given him. Gummy didn't do anything wrong.
Yay. It appears I will need to speak with her in a bit more detail. Oh fuck, we have to talk to her. Oh, we can actually just continue talking to people, okay. Appears that we've caught you red-handed eating a Swiss roll. Look, I'm sorry about lying to you, pal. And? Do you have nothing else to say?
So I do. It was so fluffy and sweet and big.
It was perfection, pal.
And totally worth every penny of my bonus.
I see. Well, good for you, Detective.
I can't believe it, but it's almost funny when a fool is this unbelievably foolish.
Oh dear. What is the matter, Your Honor?
I claim to hand down fair verdicts by unfairly cast suspicion on the big fella. If this had been a trial just now, it would have destroyed his life. I am the guilty one.
We all make mistakes, Your Honor. To err is human. To forgive is divine, as they say.
Also, if you were to make a mistake during a trial, then it would be quite unforgivable.
Oh, we can click on this again? It's a witness stand.
I'll make sure that each and every person...
Wait, why does it say we can click on it if it's the exact same thing? Okay. I guess you could technically probably get the achievement in this scene. Alright, Kay, let's talk. Now then, Kay.
She's like a stray cat.
I wonder if I should feed her something. Maybe she wants her Swiss roll back. Thinks that we stole it. Okay, I promise to give this to you if you calm down.
Oh, it's Swiss roll.
The one that you had earlier, yes. But I guess she doesn't realize that. It really belongs to you though, doesn't it?
Yeah. I was saving it for Daddy.
Oh. Oh my. She doesn't know, does she? Your father, he's... Don't you say another word, pal. She doesn't know yet.
Thanks for watching out for me, Gummy. But I already know about Daddy. I overheard the guards talking. Well, how Daddy's... he's not here anymore.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry I couldn't protect him. Okay.
I'm not gonna cry. I'm not gonna...
I think she mentioned something about this before, but I'm pretty sure we didn't know her last name in the last case. It's alright, let it all out. Your father just passed away after all. I myself was also involved in a case at this courthouse when I was a young child. A case in which my father, who was the defense attorney, passed away. All of my dreams of becoming a lawyer were crushed into fine ash on that nightmarish day. Even now, the wound festers deep in the depths of my soul. Ever since that incident, I've dedicated myself to locking away every criminal I can. And now to have this happen right in front of me. This child, I feel a certain shared fate, a common bond between us.
Miles Edsworth, what sort of gentleman are you? Are you going to just stand there and watch a lady cry?
You're right. Sorry about that. Okay, here. How about we use this handkerchief here and dry your little eyes?
Oh.
My cravat! Don't you blow your nose on that!
And there it is. There's the Edgeworth we know.
I feel better now, thanks.
Okay, are you going to be alright?
Yep, I'm already alright.
Somehow I highly doubt that, but I'm not going to push it.
I promised Daddy I'd never cry in front of strangers.
And you're a good kid, aren't you, Kay? You always keep your promises, right?
That's right. Even if I can't see Daddy anymore, I'm still gonna keep all my promises.
You're a very brave girl, Kay.
You're a very good child for keeping the promises you made to your papa. I'll even testify that you didn't cry, just for you.
Wow, you're gonna lie on the stand? Damn. Thought you were wanted to be like the best prosecutor ever, and your first promise to a kid is to lie on the stand.
Thank you very much, lady. It's nothing. I'm only telling the truth after all.
It appeared that because her father was a respected prosecutor, Francisca is sympathetic to Kay's feelings. Kay, what kind of person was your father?
Daddy was a hero of justice. His job was to catch all the bad people in the world.
So to you, a prosecutor is a hero of justice, huh? I suppose we are in a sense, as we are the ones who seek guilty verdicts for criminals.
Plus, you know what? Whenever I came to the courthouse, Daddy would buy me my absolute favorite treat. Swiss rolls.
Oh?
I want to be a hero of justice some way, just like Daddy. So I've been working really hard.
I see. And what have you been working hard on?
Is this why she calls herself the Yatagarasu? Does she just like completely misunderstand the whole reason he was accused of it? I don't think she realized who the Yatagarasu actually was. That makes so much sense then. And I guess later on it just kind of got skewed into whatever we found her as in the theme park.
I've been working hard to keep all the promises Daddy and I made together.
Promise notebook. May I take a look inside, Kay?
Sure, okay.
Appears to be exchange of diary starts between father and daughter. Mr. Faraday's writing conveys a sense of the kind of man he was. This little notebook just might come in handy later. Thank you for showing it to me, Kay. I hope you'll continue to work hard and become a hero just like your father.
I'm gonna try.
Hey, Kay. So I'm a detective that catches the bad people, right? That makes me a hero too.
Yeah, you're really cool too, Kami.
Yeah, aren't I, Kay?
What is with the two of them?
I hand out verdicts of justice, so that makes me a hero too.
Yes, and thanks to your oh-so-heroic testimony, you almost painted that detective as a violent criminal and sent him off to jail.
I'm really sorry about that.
Kami is not a bad man, okay?
That poor judge. He's being treated like a vile criminal rather than a hero of justice. It appears that you and Detective Gumshoe are good friends, Kay.
Yeah, we're friends.
In that case, would you mind telling me a little more about him? So I take it that you ran into Detective Gumshoe earlier?
Yep. I was on my way to see Daddy when I saw Gummy standing there. He was standing in the hallway staring really hard at the vending machine, so I said hi.
And when was this?
Huh? Oh, before everything got crazy.
How long were the two of you together?
We talked for a little while, and then we went on our own ways.
That's right, pal. Kay and I only talked for a little while and that's it.
Oh, which means... We have now confirmed that Kay was in the hallway during recess. Isn't that right? You got me.
I told you to stop picking on Gummy, mister.
Very well then. I'll just have to speak with the good detective in private later. Were you the one who bought this pack of Swiss rolls, Kay?
Well, I didn't really have a lot of money. And I somehow made $1 out of all the pennies and quarters I had. But that still wasn't enough, and I really, really wanted one.
Come to think of it, she did come and ask to exchange a handful of change for $1. And that's when you came and asked me to change your money, correct?
Yeah, thanks a bunch for doing that, mister.
Sure. Weird that the machine didn't accept pennies. Cause like, okay, maybe I'm thinking too much into this, but if this was, if we're just like, if this plot thread is one-to-one to the Japanese version, and maybe all they did was just like change the names of the currency, you know, in the picture of the coins. I would imagine she would have had like a similar, because there's similar dominations of Japanese currency. Like you have like, I think 1 yen, 10 yen, 100 yen coins. That sort of thing. Doesn't a machine in Japan accept like 1 yen coins? Like I've seen machines like that. Maybe, I guess maybe there's some that don't. I've never seen a machine that accepts pennies. So it makes sense in English. You know, localized for North America. But I thought there was like machines for it. So like that feels like a, I guess in this case maybe the machine just didn't accept such small amounts of money. But I thought that was like a common thing over there. But let me ask you, even with that $1, you still didn't have enough, correct?
Well, that's why...
Hey, if you bully Kay anymore, I'm gonna have to arrest you, pal.
Need I remind you that you're the only one, the one already under arrest?
I sense that Kay is going to be less than forthcoming with this question.
Sorry about your breathly thing.
Yes, well, now that it's positively drenched in your nasal mucus. Don't worry, Kay, have a spare. So here, you can have this one. Oh.
But Daddy said, never take things from a stranger.
Ah, it's one of the promises you made in your promise notebook, correct?
Yeah, look, see? It's right here on this page.
Promise 1, never take things from a stranger. Promise 2, never go anywhere with a stranger. Alright then, I'm not giving this to you. I'm merely allowing you to borrow it. You can take it home, wash it nice and clean, and then give it back to me next time we meet.
Okay, Daddy said I couldn't borrow things from... Never said I couldn't borrow things from strangers.
Ah, loopholes. Classic. Now then, Detective Gumshoe. Uh-oh. See, I'm guessing he took his spare out and put it on, but it really does look like he just didn't give it to her and he was just being a big asshole. I believe it is now crystal clear that you were with the little Kay in that hallway. So wait, does he not get it back until they meet again like 7 years later? I don't remember the start of that case. I don't think she gave him anything. I don't even think... No, you know what? I don't think she recognized him even. Weirdly enough. Did he have any reaction? Man, I thought I would remember more of that case, but apparently not enough of the details. That case was apparently very important.
I told you to stop being mean to Gummy.
As Edsworth,
Is there still something you have yet to resolve?
I beg your pardon?
You still haven't offered an explanation for why that man would lie to us.
That's... well...
Gummy, don't tell me you lied for my sake.
Hey, don't worry about it, Kay. Everything's gonna be okay. Ah, so that's why.
So, what was Detective Gumshoe's motive for lying? If you can't explain that, then you can't call this a perfect investigation.
His reason for lying is very simple.
Oh, what?
Here's what I believe to be his reason. From simple observation of Detective's actions and his interactions with Kay, it's obvious that Detective is lying for the young girl's sake. And this piece of evidence will show you exactly why. Which piece of evidence proves that Detective Gumshoe is lying on account of Kay?
The balloon? Piece of evidence that proves detective was lying on account of Kay. Like, why would he need to protect her? Was she not supposed to be there? Okay, now I'm confused. Cause yeah, why would she need to be protected like that? It wouldn't be this, would it? No. That has nothing to do with it. He's not really involved in that. Do we have anything on his profile? Rescue of the KG8 incident. I mean, I don't think the detective knew exactly what was going on in that room, so I don't think this has anything to do with the actual case. Who's that Detective Gumshoe's line on account of K? Okay, let's see the history. Maybe there's more details in here. Let's see. Stop being mean to him. Yeah. 7, offer an explanation for why that man would lie. He's still covering up whatever's going on. Maybe it was the balloon? Because, I mean, she doesn't have the balloon anymore. I don't know. Possibly? I don't think this is it. Yeah, that's not it. Do I get to try again? Yeah, you want this balloon scrap? It's from your balloon. Alright, well, that's okay. I didn't get penalized for it. Okay, now hold the evidence which shows the reason why. Okay, why was he lying for him? Is it the promises? Oh, I guess there's more promises, maybe. Always greet people smiley when you don't know. Never cry in front of strangers. Always try your hardest to learn about things you don't understand. Nice job to make sure that everyone follows the rules. Be good and promise that you'll keep your promises to me. Maybe? I guess it must have been this. Yeah, okay. I wasn't really sure how, but it makes sense from a logical standpoint. The game logic.
Mr. Faraday, in Kay's promise notebook, how does this explain everything?
If you could take a look at this page, it's clearly written that Kay should never take things from a stranger. When Detective Gumshoe heard that about that promise, he tried to cover for Kay. Okay, you know what? Yeah, that makes sense. She didn't want her dad to find out she was breaking a promise.
What a foolishly foolish fool's full of a foolish reason for a fool.
All this because of that. Because of something in some notebook.
Gummy, you lied because of me, didn't you?
Because I'm your friend, Kay, that's why.
Gummy.
At long last. Detective Gumshoe, can you please tell me the whole truth now? Guess there's no beating you up, pal. Okay, I'll spill the goods. I've been standing guard for a while. I was getting real hungry, and that snake vending machine was taunting me. All the cash you had.
But all the cash you had on you was $5, and that wasn't enough to buy anything, right? After all, the cheapest item in that machine is a $6 pack of Swiss rolls.
Yeah, but then, like an angel from heaven, Kay showed up.
I was thinking about sharing a snack with Daddy, so I wanted to buy a Swiss roll, but I only had $1 in coins.
So I pulled my $5 and her $1 together, and bought a pack of Swiss rolls together.
But I was worried about breaking one of my promises. So then Gummy said,
Mr. Faraday's one scary guy when he gets mad. But don't worry, you won't get in trouble if I don't tell, right? Besides, you bought it with me, so you didn't really get it from me, you know?
He told me it'd be okay.
Yeah, his notebook doesn't say anything about not buying things from strangers.
And he gave me a whole roll to save and give to Daddy. Who knew that Scruffy could be so considerate?
Indeed. Detective, I take it then that you sat down on the bench and ate the rolls together?
Yeah, we split the other roll and ate it right then. The sweet taste of that cake's chocolate. I'll never forget it as long as I live, pal.
Anyway. Okay, I believe this also belongs to you.
Oh, that's from the balloon I popped. It's bad manners to leave garbage lying around, Kay. I'm sorry. Well, I guess I can't blame you for not throwing this one piece away. It was sitting high up on a windowsill where you couldn't see it. So just this once, I forgive you.
Yeah, you know, she's only saying it because she also probably couldn't see it.
But that balloon, I wanted to surprise Gummy a little, so I popped it on purpose. And because of me, Gummy dropped his half of the Swiss roll.
Well, you really got me there, pal.
So I thought maybe I should give Gummy this other roll. And then I saw you picking on Gummy, mister.
So you kicked me, is that it?
You're sure a feisty one. I'm really sorry, mister.
It's alright. I'm perfectly unharmed. What about this Swiss roll? Would it be alright with you if I held on to it until Detective Gumshoe is cleared of all charges and free to go?
Yeah, sure. Just make sure you give it to Gummy afterwards, okay?
Of course, I promise. Now then, I believe we have proved beyond a shadow of the shadow of the doubt that Detective Gumshoe was in the hallway for the entire duration of his duty, which undeniably proves that Detective Gumshoe could not have committed the double murders. I bet she committed the murders.
Actually, it proves just the opposite, Edgeworth. You've just shown that Detective Gumshoe is the only one who could have committed the crime.
What do you mean?
It's quite rude to eavesdrop, Miss Yu.
Yeah, I bet she's not even a real lawyer. She's just faking being a lawyer just so she could pull off this crime. The heist of a century.
I'm getting lectured on manners by a girl with a penchant for whipping people.
Yeah, and you like it, so I don't know why you're upset.
What? How dare you talk back with such insolence? You're wrong, lady. Gummy's not the bad guy. Oh, and what do we have here? What's a child doing here in a courthouse? Bailiff, please take this child away.
Miss Callisto, you. That girl is Mr. Faraday's...
I know. So what? You think that just because she's the victim's daughter, she gets to just run wild all around the crime scene? I think it's actually quite dangerous for her, to speak nothing of getting underfoot.
I suppose you're right. However, as long as we're in agreement on that point,
Let's get back to the real issue on hand. Now then, Detective. You're in front of the door to lobby number 2 the entire time, correct?
yeah, but...
You see, isn't it obvious that it could only be the detective? He is the only person who could have gone into lobby 2 at the time of the murders.
I have no counter-argument to that.
Don't worry, I've already put in the necessary paperwork for his formal arrest.
But the investigation is far from over.
Oh, that's right. I was going to speak with you about that. Don't you think it's reckless to talk to the suspect out in the open without a guard?
I suppose it is.
Well, as someone more experienced in law than you, allow me to share something. Always keep a good eye on a criminal, or you may regret what comes of your negligence. Ooh, Miles, I can't believe you're letting this woman lecture you like that. This is unforgivable as a disciple of Von Kammer. Down, Tigress. Now then, I'll be looking forward to the results of your investigation.
Yeah, she's the perpetrator. It's either her or Detective Bad, because it's literally in his name.
So, we're back to square one.
Actually, this is our last chance. I can tell that if we fail to solve this case, Detective Gumshoe will be formally charged under all of the circumstantial evidence. This investigation is not over yet. Still one location we have yet to inspect. It's where Detective Bad and Miss Yu were at the time of the crime. Lobby number 1. Alright, perfect. I was gonna stop it there anyway, so the game... Glad that the game had the right idea. We will definitely be saving there. And then we will explore lobby number 1 next time. But that will be it for today. I will be back tomorrow
with, I guess I never did put it on the schedule. I'll go put on the schedule right after this so I don't forget again. I was going to yesterday, I somehow completely forgot. But we got rhythm games tomorrow, and we have Minecraft this Thursday because I won't be here on Friday to stream. So Minecraft will be Thursday this week. As for next week, I think there might have to be a little bit of rearranging of things. I'm not really sure how exactly yet. Tuesday should be fine. Monday and Tuesday I think will be fine. We should have Sonic and Phoenix Wright, but I think some of the other days might have to get... No, Tuesday won't be fine. Yeah, so next week's going to be a little weird because we have FF14 actually next Tuesday that I'm going to be streaming. There should be then 7.1 is coming out Tuesday, so I'm planning to stream that evening. And then I'm busy Wednesday, so I'm not really sure how the rest of the week's going to work out, but I think Ace Attorney is going to have to be a different day. It should still happen next week. It just won't happen on Tuesday. But I will be able to. I'll be able to figure that out closer to when it's starting to come up. So don't expect Phoenix Wright Tuesday. We have Final Fantasy 14 next Tuesday. Monday will be the same. We should still have Sonic. Wednesday's probably going to be different as well. So Thursday or Saturday will be Phoenix, and then the other day will probably... I don't know what we'll do. We'll see. Stuff is going to be moved, but Sonic and Minecraft I think are the two surefire things next week. But yeah, Minecraft this week is going to be tomorrow. Or sorry, not tomorrow, Thursday. We'll still have a rhythm game tomorrow. And then next week I'm going to have to see when exactly Phoenix Wright is going to happen. But for now, that will be it. So hopefully everyone enjoyed, and I will see you next time.